system. In fact, arguably even the most pressing issue of our political system, I would argue.
I agree with you with that. And so then we talked about, he asked me about my political views, and as I say that I think both sides are corrupt, and he's known where my political views stand, and that is I'm a libertarian communist, which is normally seen as a um and is oxymoronic, but it's not. I believe in individual rights and the opportunity of all people to be taken care of by the state. I don't see anything wrong with that. And he said, I agree with that. If you can achieve that, that'd be great. Now, I would say that you know every time the term communist is brought up in a capitalist society, they say that communism has failed every time it's been tried, and I get that. I'm not denying that, but it's never been tried in a world with drones and robots where nobody has to do the shitty jobs, and basically we can have everything automated and be able to perhaps live in a future where art artists and musicians and other types of positions are held in higher regard than they once were. And I look forward to a future of that eventually. And when it comes to capitalism versus communism, just straight side by side, if you play them out long enough, you're going to end up in a situation where in capitalism, one person or a small group of people control all of the wealth. It happens every single time, 100% of the time. In communism, you're going to have the same thing, except one of the bases for communism is that there is a safety net for those people who are not at the top. And capitalism lacks that safety net. And that's why I am an advocate for communism over capitalism, with all things being equal.
Yeah. Okay, so I have a question. So if you could snap your fingers right now, like, or let's say a better hypothetical is suddenly tomorrow you became all-powerful dictator of the United States, would you enact communist policies? And do you think that would, despite the fact that we don't yet have that kind of automation um, with like AI and robots and stuff,
We're close enough.
where
Oh,
essentially nobody has to work, right?
okay, so
And
can
people don't need to work for the economy to function. So, like, what policies would you enact if you were
could
a
I
powerful dictator?
could I be promoted to UN Secretary General so we could just say this for the globe, or does it have to stay in the United States?
Uh, yeah, you can do it for the globe too.
Okay, excellent. So what we'd have to do is perhaps give the military industrial complex incentives to no longer be able to profit on war, weapons of war, and focus their industries onto robotics and drones, because we are moving into a world of automation. And I would advocate for agricultural drones and the things that I talked about, things like saltwater greenhouses and floating greenhouses and hydroponics and vertical farming and cloud. Additionally, things like certainly digging of wells, life straws, and desalination. All of that could be done basically by computers, or by robots, I should say. I would consider it a goal immediately of the entire of my administration as UN Secretary General to house every single person on Earth using 3D printed housing. I don't know if you've seen 3D printed housing, but essentially it can be you can create a house in a day, and it's a really nice house as well. And if we needed a temporary structure for the people, we could use essentially container homes. I would make it I'd be certainly an advocate of the removal of borders and the idea of a global citizen, and that no one person is any better than any other person. I would say that people have some rights. They have a right to food, clean water. They have a right to food. they have a right to education, healthcare, and for those organizations that currently exist, like the pharmaceutical companies and um, the um, the perhaps like higher education, we could give them incentives to be able to transition into this type of society without necessarily having to go out of business immediately. So how could we do that? Well, let's just say uh, currently the United States gross domestic product something like $4 trillion, just give or take. Well, if we don't need weapons of war, that's $1 trillion of that. The interest on the debt, since we're in a communist system, there is no debt. Um, there's a debt holiday, so that would be another $1 trillion. We could just take half of the gross domestic product of the United States and give it to the United Nations to be able to provide for the benefit of the people of the United States. So it's not like we're having to give everything away, but we would also help to supplement the other people of the world. Additionally, healthcare is like a third of that as well with education, and we would be able to um, provide for those types of situations as well. So then $1 trillion, what's left for that? That's for infrastructure. That's certainly to help us bridge the gap between a capitalist system moving into a communist system. And if you're like, okay, well, um, let's say people reject that system. Okay, that's fine. Um, we could at least enact some minor changes. The tariff system is under a the tariff system, the way it's been rolled out, at least in the United States, is not what was advocated. There was supposed to be a removal of the income tax in exchange for tariffs. That didn't happen. We just got tariffs and income tax, and so that was essentially a blatant lie on behalf of the Trump administration. But what I do think we could do is put a tax on any stock exchange transaction, especially these microtransactions that occur within like really quick amount of time. And with the amount that we would generate just on the tax on microtransactions, you could potentially be able to educate every person in the United States. So it depends on how we want to do it. Now, what about a country like China? Well, they're doing pretty well under a communist system currently. So we might be able to enact that to the general public to some extent. What about India? They're not doing that well, but they're improving. And so we would just enact some of the changes that we have within the Chinese system into the Indian system. Now, at least in China, you don't have things like freedom of speech as much as some people would like, and I'd like to increase the opportunity for people to be able to have these discussions and education and um, perhaps freedom of the press and um, freedom um, freedom to the word for which I'm looking is freedom to congregate, essentially. But freedom to protest, you should have that opportunity if you want. Additionally, I would enact what's called an e-democracy. Um, that wouldn't necessarily be the be all or end all of the policies that we have, but what an e-democracy does, ideally, is it gives every single person a vote on a given issue. So how would this work? Every single maybe like once a month or something, we would vote as a world, as the whole world on a given topic. So, for instance, the topic might be, oh, should we build a new, I mean, really, like new nuclear reactors in a certain area of the world? uh, and at least people would have the opportunity to be able to make their opinion heard. That doesn't mean that's exactly what we would have to do, but this would give people the opportunity to be able to not just judge what their own beliefs are, but also perhaps make a difference in their society. We don't currently have that kind of a system. It's also been discussed called a smart democracy. But in the end, I'm not for democracy. I think democracy is a terrible type of governance. And anybody in society currently who says that we live in a democratic society, I know immediately doesn't know how politics works. Democratic society generally is one person, one vote. And that doesn't exist anywhere on earth. Now, people will say, well, we have democratic principles. We don't have one person, one vote. At least in the United States, we have what is called a representative democracy or constitutional representative democracy. That's not a democracy. The phrase that goes against democratic values or that goes against democracy, that's just propaganda that is used in people to make people feel badly about um, their certain political views. So, what would I like instead? Um, it's been discussed in different ways, but it's really a civilization that is run. It's a technocracy, so to speak, um, run by the run by generally like uh, well-educated scientists. That I think is a much better way to be able to run a society, but that have a human uh, a human aspect of it, of their um, of their government that isn't based on profit, it's based on people. So what does that mean? Instead of a CEO worried about his stock, not only stock options but his stock price, it forces him to not put as much emphasis on that and put more emphasis on how his decisions are going to affect the greater good of society. And I mean, like right now, we could generally like solve all of the major issues of the world if you gave all the power to one person. Um, Plato within the Republic calls this the philosopher king, that basically all people desire to live under a king who is very wise and very um, very humanistic and cares about the people. That's the ideal type of society. What ends up happening, though, unfortunately, is if you do get a king like that, what happens when they die? And so these types of governments only last for a few years. But with the advent of life extension technology and mind uploading technology, perhaps this might be an opportunity of people in the future. So this is the idea of a benevolent king. So we would have our desire in one person, and that person would make the decisions that are for the best of society. And people wanted to communicate their dissatisfaction with that decision, they have an e-vote. They have the opportunity uh, to be able to communicate to the philosopher king what their inherent desires are. And if the philosopher king feels that it's in the best interest of the society, then we would perhaps have that um, uh, how would we say it, the um, change or an alteration of a policy. So, for instance, let's say we're building nuclear reactors around the world, and everybody likes all the positions of the nuclear reactors except one nuclear reactor. Let's say it's going to be built near Washington D.C. People don't want it there. Okay, well, the philosopher king should recognize that the people aren't going to want that, but if they don't, then he puts it out to the people. Where would you like it built? Here are 12 other locations, and we can choose to build it wherever you want. And it gives the opportunity of people to be able to give their opinion on how society should be organized, but also at the end of the day, you have a humanistic, if you want to call him a dictator, but it's usually called the philosopher king, to be able to make the decision. Here's what happens within democracy that makes it so dangerous. If you have one person, one vote, what happens essentially every single time, if you're given this society without any control, is you get, let's say, 51% of the people. It's called a tyranny of the majority. 51% of the people control 49% of the people. And very easily, 51% of the people could say to kill the 49% of the people. And then all of a sudden, 49% of the population is gone. And then you have, of that remaining 100%, you could have another 51% of that population choose to kill off the other 49% and continue that until there's just a small segment of society remaining. That's what democracy gives you. Does does that make sense, Grant?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to unpack there.
There absolutely is.
I agree with a decent amount of what you said.
Okay.
Obviously, I'm not for a pure democracy. I guess my first question would be, so like you at the beginning you talked about how if you were the head secretary of the UN or whatever,
UN Secretary General, go ahead.
the Secretary General of the UN, you said you'd advocate for things like desalinization,
Yes.
3D printing housing.
Absolutely.
My question is, what would that advocation look like? Would that be organizing government programs to, like systems to develop or research those fields, or
they're already.
Or would it just be kind of like a political kind of activism, kind of like guiding the UN's kind of, I don't know, like what culture or something. So other governments within the UN would enact their own policies.
So the United States' defense budget is about $1 trillion a year. We would not need to spend that $1 trillion a year as the United States under this system. Even if, just imagine, that's only 365 days without $1 trillion being spent. Imagine the United States, with as powerful as it is right now, if it did not spend a dollar on military expense aside from salaries of the troops, the United States still would be absolutely fine. Meaning no one would invade. We would not have any issue with development of weaponry. Usually that $1 trillion goes into black budgets. It goes into Lockheed Martin and Boeing and Raytheon and L3 Communications and defense contractors. And so we would right there get a $1 trillion. And with $1 trillion, you could clothe, at least in the United States, every homeless man, woman, and child and give them $1 million each. Did you know that? You could give every single person who's homeless in the United States $1 million each if you stop defense spending for 1 year. And you'd still be able to pay all of the troops. So just to give you an idea, there's a lot of money out there. So I would say that what we want to do is give the military defense contractors a um, a um, an incentive to be able to build these types of homes and these desalination facilities. So we would say, all right, well, normally you guys build bombs, and that's been cool. That's great, but we just want you to, instead of building bombs in your factories, start to build desalination plants, and or at least the equipment that's needed for those. And for the people who are elsewhere in the world, all of their defense budgets could be done for this. Now, we could say this: if you want to go and kill each other after 1 year, just like you could right now, I understand that. Okay. But at least for 1 year, we're going to require everyone to give your defense budget. Everybody's going to be paused, basically, and give your defense budget to the United Nations. And what we're going to do is we're going to first and foremost ensure people have clean water. We're going to have programs for people to have wells built and desalination. And we're going to get rid of all drought in the world because we're going to have cloud seeding. And for the companies who are building planes, instead of building planes that drop bombs on people, they could create clouds that ensure that we don't have wildfires. And that there isn't any drought that occurs in the world, and it can be adjusted so that we don't have massive flooding that just like currently happens in Abu Dhabi and Dubai. They just have it rain regularly once a week, and it cleans off everything and it waters all the vegetation. That's what we want to do. And for those people who are also create tanks and those kinds of things, it's not that hard for you to transition those types of plants into the creation of um, of uh, not things, but of the objects that are needed to be able to create nuclear reactors. And for those of you who are creating aircraft carriers and submarines, we want you to be able to create tidal power plants, basically generators that spin in the ocean. And we'll incentivize that for you. Remember that $1 trillion we talked about that we're not going to use on bombs and stuff? We'll give you that $1 trillion. You just have to change your incentivization. So instead of creating weapons of war, you're going to create power plants, and instead of creating planes that drop bombs on people, they'll create clouds for people. And instead of having submarines, you'll create floating greenhouses for people. And what else are we going to do with that money? We don't need to give every homeless person in the United States we don't need to give them all $1 million. We could build each one of them a house for about $50,000, and that would include solar panels. I mean, the United States is a giant country, and there is a lot of land out there that's currently federally owned. We could give each person a parcel that's still government owned, but it would have a container on it. It could have on the container roof solar panels. It could have air conditioning. It could have windows. It could have a bathroom and plumbing and suit. If you have a bigger family, there could be versions of it that have extra bedrooms, but for people who are single or couples, it would just have one bedroom and a kitchen. And if you wanted to have a pet there, you absolutely could. And we could make it so that you have grass, because we could, if you wanted, but grass isn't that efficient. But we could have artificial grass, and you could have your own little piece of America if you want, for as long as you live. And if you die, then it goes to somebody else. That's essentially a communist system, or socialist moving into communism. And that's what I want people to be able to have. Now, that's just for the United States. Let's say for a country like, let's say for the continent of um, Africa. How do we help people in Africa? Well, they have a major corruption system, which I understand everybody does. But basically, any money that's given to any of the people there, or is attempted to, it just gets siphoned off by the corrupt leaders. So, what we would do is have an excellent accounting system to ensure that 100% of any kind of funds are given to the people. And how is that done? It's currently done in some way, the United Nations food aid program. Now, actually, I should say that's a very corrupt system, but we would make it very public. So, what would I do? What's the first thing that I would do to be able to make sure that everything's on the up and up? We're going to put cameras all over the United Nations, um, the United Nations building in uh, in Manhattan, and there will be cameras everywhere, and they'll be live streamed to the world. And so you could go to UN.org at any time that you want and be able to see what we're doing and the conversations that we're having. It wouldn't be this behind closed doors kind of a deal. So you can see where every dollar is accounted. Just like the blockchain, basically, where you can see everything on the blockchain, we would have the same type of system that would be for the global accounting. And so a continent like Africa will have the same plan. Every person deserves a container home, and eventually we'll build 3D homes for them. And everyone deserves the opportunity of clean water and food. And we'll use floating greenhouses and vertical farming and all the other things that I talk about. It's not going to happen in one year, but it will happen. You could give every man, woman, and child $50,000 today, right now, if you had a um, if you equally gave every person a if you gave every person an equal share of what's currently held by individuals today, 10 people on Earth control more than 50% of the globe right now. That's incredibly unfair. And that's what capitalism does for you. And I don't think that that's a very good system at all. If it is, then that's fine. Then I'm going to, just like everybody else, do everything I can to be at the top of that. And I don't think that that's really a fair system to people. And in a, in an alternative that I want is a universal basic income where every person is given a stipend every single month for not for necessarily food that should already be provided, and they're they shouldn't have to pay for a cell phone service that should be provided, and wi-fi that should be provided, and power that should all be provided. But this would be for other things that you want. If you want to buy a video game, or if you want to um go to the movies or whatever, you should have a stipend to be able to do that. And then what do you do in your free time, because you no longer have to go to work? You spend it with your children, you educate them, you ensure that they have wonderful lives. Too often, we have single parents who are too busy making ends meet, and their children don't have them in the house, and their children end up falling prey to corruptive forces. And I want to avoid those types of situations. I'm not necessarily advocating everybody needs a two-parent family. That's how it's been traditionally. That's the nuclear family. But there may be some people, especially under this system, who don't want a partner and they just want to use a sperm donor or an egg donor. They should have that right as well and be able to raise a child in any way they see fit. That should be, so long as the child is not endangered and such, that should be a right of humanity. And so, what do we do in a country like? I mean, each area is going to have its own issues. India, first thing we need to ensure that they get is proper plumbing. They have 1 billion people. It's the most populous country in the world. It's like 1.2 billion people live in India, and in many areas they don't have proper plumbing. You have a place like Mumbai that has giant towers, a place called Billionaires Row, and 2 streets over, it's absolute squalor. That's what capitalism gets you. I want to see the resources of the world shared a little bit better. And that doesn't mean that the people who are at the top immediately have to lose every comfort that they've ever had. No. What I would advocate is this: look, you recognize that it's just a race to the top. And if you're not at the very, very top, then you're going to get destroyed eventually. So instead of having a 500 foot yacht or whatever, you can still have a yacht for as long as you need, but it's going to be 100 foot yacht. And guess what? When you have kids and that yacht eventually breaks down or whatever, then they don't necessarily need to have their own yacht. We could have open yacht rentals where people go out and be able to share those types of resources. That's what I envision the future of the world to be. And here's why I say this. If you look at any scenarios where humanity gets off world and starts to explore the inner solar system, the outer solar system, and then eventually other solar systems through interstellar travel, you need to have peace on Earth. You can't have a civilization at war on its own planet and still expect them to be able to do exploration. There needs to be peace at home. And so I envision a world where we have that peace at home prior to being able to explore the stars, which is what we're destined to do. And I want to move the world towards that faster. If we don't do that, what we're going to have is a situation where perhaps just one single individual controls all of the wealth of the entire world. That's what capitalism gets you. I recognize that there is no perfect system. I've talked about the philosopher King. If anything, I'd rather have a communist system where, okay, I understand that the people who are making the decisions at the top they're going to force themselves to live a more comfortable life than those below them because that's human nature. But at least those below them will at least have the opportunity at a safety net, and it'll be a global safety net. And eventually, there may be opportunities for the people in the lower class to be able to move up into the upper class. And ideally, one day you would have a situation where there's as complete homogeny in the society as possible, where there is no color, everybody's the same shade, everybody has the same eye color, everybody has the same height, everybody's basically the same. I mean, maybe there are slight differences, but really that's not what I'm saying. That's what at least alien abductees. I know I that's kind of a shock for me to be able to say, but that's what they say. Other extraterrestrial. That's what they say. Extraterrestrial civilizations do. They war for years, and then they eventually begin this world of homogeny. And that's why whenever you hear about aliens, generally they're all homogenous. They all look the same. And we're just not there yet. And if you look at the Kardashev scale, I don't know if you're familiar with the Kardashev scale.
Yes, I am.
Okay, excellent. We're not even at a one on the Kardashev scale yet. We're moving towards that. And that might happen within the next 1,000 years or so. And when we're really moving to a two and a three, you can imagine we're all going to look the same. We're all going to have the same eye colors. I mean, there might be mutations generally, but we're going to um, genetically alter ourselves to be as like perfect humans as possible. That's just the way that humanity's moving. So I know I've covered a lot of topics, and whether this works perfectly or not, it's got to be a better system than we currently have, where any one country can go and invade another country, and there aren't a lot of repercussions for it, and the United Nations really doesn't have too much power, and nobody's talking about a world where we clothe every man, woman, and child, we feed every man, woman, and child, we ensure that they all have the opportunity at clean water and housing. Nobody's talking about that. I have never once heard a politician, even a United States politician, who has advocated that on a global scale. I've only ever heard it perhaps on a domestic scale. I advocate for that on a global scale. And I know I'm not alone. I know I can find any single person on earth, sit them down, and say to them, there is no right of any one single individual to have anything more than another single individual based on just where you were born. And if we sit and talk and they're rational, they're going to agree with me. And I look forward to a day. It may not be today, it may not be tomorrow, but someday when humanity is able to put behind us the very minor differences that we have and focus on unification. I say this all the time. 99.9% of our DNA of every human on earth is the same. And even if you take the two furthest related people on earth, because we all have like common ancestors, they're only 26th cousins or something along those lines. It's not that big of a thought that we're all family. And the sooner that we recognize that, I feel the better society will be. What are your thoughts, Grant?
Yeah, I mean, again, a lot to unpack there,
Absolutely.
but I would say like the main qualm that I have with your kind of spiel that you just gave is so you talk a lot about kind of like UBI kind of redistributing wealth.
Yes, sir.
I do agree that UBI will be necessary at some point,
Absolutely.
like especially once we completely automate the economy with AI and robots.
Absolutely.
And I also agree that we have a major wealth inequality problem
100%.
in our society.
Yes, sir.
But what I would argue is that our economy is not yet ready for UBI because our economy still relies on the incentive factor of money, right? So if you gave everybody UBI, the incentive to produce for the economy, for individuals to produce for the economy would be removed. So that would be my main qualm. But again, like once the economy is completely automated, I almost completely agree with pretty much everything you said.
Okay, I can live with that. So let me ask you this, or let me ask you this. So we have the same end goal, and I'll be right back to where I was. I'm just adjusting my computers. We have the same end goal, which is world peace. So, right? That's the same end goal.
Roughly.
Okay, well, it can't be roughly. Eventually, do you want world peace? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, what I think the world might look like in that world peace might be different from them.
Okay, I can live with that. But what I mean to say is there's no war on Earth. That's what I mean by world peace. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's an ideal. Yeah.
Okay, so we've got the same end goal, and it's just how are we going to get about getting there? Okay, so for the idea that how are you going to keep people motivated in society? All right, well, one way you could do it is to say you pick a number. I let you pick a number, but what? How would I really do this? I would get all the billionaires in a room. There are like 6,000 of them, and which could be done. And I'd say, okay, guys, at what point is it that you feel comfortable with your wealth? Now, Elon Musk is going to say, well, I have $600 billion and I need more. Be like, dog. That's not how it's going to work. Okay. Will you be comfortable with $1 billion? Will you be comfortable with $10 billion? You tell me, and we'll make it happen. And we'll get those 6 billion, let's say, billionaires, and let's say they agree on to be comfortable in this world, you need $1 billion generally. Okay, that's fine. So we'll have a wealth redistribution. Anyone who has more than $1 billion, you have to give that to a common pot that will give back to society. You're still a billionaire. You can still do whatever you want. Maybe you can't buy a company, but you could still buy a yacht and you could still buy a plane, and your kids are never going to have to worry about working. So, like, you're taken care of, you're comfortable. And in exchange, what we're going to do is say to you, if you want to keep making money, you can. You're just going to be taxed at 99%. Whatever you make, let's say between $100 million and or $1 billion, you're just going to be taxed at it. So if you want to continue to work, you can. This is what the discussion I had with our friend the other day. So someone like Elon Musk, he people are going to say, if you don't have someone like Elon Musk, who's going to create the next big company? Well, guess what? Somebody will. Elon Musk did not start Tesla. He only bought the rights to be able to call himself a co-founder. He didn't start it. He didn't
He
start.
built it for the most part. I mean, with the economic standing of Tesla was. I mean, they didn't even have a product by the time that he bought Tesla.
He didn't start the company. Two others started the
Yeah,
company, and because he had
Absolutely.
so much money,
He wasn't the founder, Rabbi, but I mean, he built it. He built it to what it is today.
because he had so
Absolutely.
much money from PayPal, he was able to essentially bribe the other two guys to making him a founder, so that when they make an announcement, that's fine. Okay, so we say to him,
Yeah,
all right,
titles, whatever. Regardless, what I'm saying is what he did with Tesla is nothing less than extraordinary.
I mean, it's the most overvalued stock in global history, but without perhaps Nvidia's up there too. But without saying whether it's a good company or a bad company, what we can say is this: if he hadn't have started Tesla, somebody else would have. There would have been Rivian or another electronic vehicle company. He started, or he helped to build it, and that's great. Now he wants to get into like SpaceX. We would say to someone like him, you can't keep just buying up companies because then you're just creating monopolies. So guess what? We would say you have to just focus on Tesla, and that's cool. If you want to advise a company like perhaps SpaceX, you can, but you aren't going to get the profits from it because that essentially is a monopoly. What we will allow you to do, if you want, is to advise a small up and coming company where that would become SpaceX in the future. Basically, what I'm saying is that if Elon Musk didn't help to build Tesla, somebody else would have. There's nothing so great about Elon Musk that somebody else 5 or 10 years later wouldn't have figured it out the same way. It just was a matter of time. And the reason why he gets credit for doing all of this stuff is because he had a lot of money to just buy up the companies. But if he didn't buy up the companies, somebody else would have created the company. Somebody else would have started SpaceX. Somebody else would have started the Boring Company. Somebody else would have started, well, he didn't even start Sun City. Somebody else would have started um, Macro Hard. Somebody else would have, somebody else did start X. He just bought it. So basically, what we would say is you can't just keep buying up all these companies because the end result will end up being just one company, one mega corporation that owns everything. So what we say instead,
Yes.
so what we say, so what we say instead is that you focus on one company, and once you make $1 billion, you're as comfortable as you're ever going to need to be, and you let somebody else have some success. Does that make sense?
So yeah. So okay, I have a lot of disagreements there. Um, so okay, so my first question, just a brief question, would be like, what do you think Elon Musk's incentives are? Why do you think he cares so much about Tesla? Why do you think he cares so much about SpaceX? Is it just to get his pockets deeper and then die, or do you think he really cares about humanity? He cares about progressing humanity, and he views these companies as avenues for doing so.
I think he cares about his own offspring, but he doesn't necessarily care about humanity. And he's made that pretty clear. That's why he has impregnated all these chicks. He's like, we don't even know how many children he has, but he's at least 16 children. That's why he goes on X and um, just sends girls DMs to be able to get them artificially inseminated with his semen. That's why he has talked about building a mega ranch um, in Texas that he can have all of his children. So many of his children hate him. Uh, if he cared about humanity, then there would be the Tesla Foundation or the Elon Musk Foundation. That's not a thing. I mean, that's not like a relevant thing. He takes all of the money that he makes and goes and buys more companies.
So your position is that you don't think that Elon Musk cares about space travel and progressing humanity as a whole,
I think
despite all of the work that he's put into, like clearly trying to work towards that goal.
I don't think he cares about all of humanity because he's not helping all of humanity.
Like, okay, here's the thing, right? Like, I think, yeah, you could argue, okay, he's not opening up like wells or desalinization plants in Africa,
Simple things.
but
Simple
yeah, I mean,
things.
he has interests. Like, he cares about humanity in certain areas.
No,
Right?
yeah,
Those are his
that are
interests that he
self
right? So he has
that are
he
self
has
beneficial.
he has
That are self beneficial.
Tesla.
Look, he's from Africa. Okay, his grandfather owned an emerald mine. He was born on third base. He's not a self-made man. His father was an electrical engineer who owned a Rolls Royce. Okay, people who are self-made don't have parents who own Rolls Royces. He basically was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, and he's given nothing back to his own continent that has starving people. If anything, he could at least create wells there. He doesn't do that. Even at least what Jimmy Donaldson, Mr. Beast, does is a lot better than what Elon Musk does. And I know a lot of it is for the camera, but at least it's something. He's helping to provide vision for the blind. Now, people may say, well, what about Neuralink? That's doing that. Okay, that's fine. That's great. I would say just pick a lane, Elon, and because if you don't, there's going to be one person who's even bigger and badder than Elon Musk who's going to come in and buy all of Elon Musk's companies and buy all of Bill Gates's companies and all of Nvidia. There's just going to be one person owning all of the companies in the world. That's an end result of this. So I would
Yeah.
just
So my response to that would be we already have anti-monopolistic policies in place.
wait, but you don't understand.
Being
Hold on.
well,
You know what? I'm
I mean,
interrupting you. I'm interrupting you. Apologies. Go ahead.
no, it's okay. So like for example, if Google decided to buy I don't know if they decided to buy X and like Netflix, like all these things, those would be monopolistic practices because those are all kind of in the same field. But
That,
if you have some guy who's very entrepreneurial, cares about many things, builds up a company like Tesla, for example. I know he didn't found it, but he built it. Absolutely, he did. Because before you joined Tesla, they didn't even have a working product. They had basically no sales. And now, like you said, you could say it's overvalued, but it's which one of the most valuable stocks in the world. Maybe it's overvalued, but still, it's still, even if it wasn't overvalued, it'll still be up there. In fact, the Model 3 is the most common car in the United States. Now, there's many nuances to that, but yeah, essentially.
I don't think that's true.
And no, that is true. So, but the reason being the reason being, right? Tesla doesn't have that many models, right? So like the Model 3 is the most popular Tesla model. So, but there's only like 6 Tesla models. See what I'm saying? Whereas like you have like a Toyota, they have like freaking 30 models. So, Toyotas might be more common than Teslas, but
Okay,
the Model
okay.
3,
If you phrase it like that, yeah. Because I was gonna say, I just saw that they only have 2% market share.
right. Yeah. So I didn't mean that statistic at face value, but I am saying like it's a very successful company. And also I think a lot of the value of the Tesla isn't only just like how much money they're producing, but how much potential monetary value.
That's what it is.
Optimus.
That's absolutely. It's a robotics
Yeah.
company. It's not a computer
Yeah.
company.
Like Optimus is like a big selling point. There's a lot of developments in that area, and if that takes off, that's hugely monetarily I don't know, beneficial, right? Because now they have technology and infrastructure to be able to actually start automating the economy. Obviously, that's extremely valuable. But anyways, what I'm saying is Elon, controlling Tesla, and then like he built Tesla. Then he decides and goes. He's interested in space exploration, and he builds SpaceX, which by the way was not easy. Both Tesla and SpaceX both almost failed multiple times, and I don't think the argument that you're making, where it's like, oh, if he didn't do it, well, someone else would do it. I don't think so. I don't think just anybody would go into the like in the space industry, for example, as ambitiously as he did, trying to build something that has never been built before, which is self-capturing rockets. I don't think you can just say, oh well, someone else would have done it. I don't think that's actually true. I don't think like Henry Ford, the creator of the Model T. I don't think you could say, well, if he didn't do it, someone else would have done it. Maybe someone else.
But they did.
Made a vehicle.
They did.
No. Like maybe someone else would have made a vehicle, but it probably wouldn't have been about the same time. The development could have been different. Our progress of humanity could have seen a different timeline. It could have been slower.
Wait, that's the thing. That's the one thing. It would have been slower.
I'll finish up with like 2 sentences. My main point is that it's not a monopoly. It would be a monopoly if Elon started buying a bunch of other car companies. That would be a monopoly. It's not a monopoly to start building other companies in different industries. That's not a monopoly.
It just depends on how you define a monopoly, and eventually, what you have is, well, you named a bunch of things. Firstly, I don't mean to nitpick, but the Model 3 is not the best-selling car in the United States. It is, according to ChatGPT, the Ford F-Series, followed by the Chevy Silverado, followed by the Toyota RAV4, followed by the Honda CRV, followed by the Ram pickup. Now, if we're talking electric cars, the Model Y crossover SUV is the top-selling EV in the United States.
So can we talk about this real quick? So I just looked it up. The Tesla Model 3 and Model Y have been the best-selling electric vehicles right now.
Wait, totally different situation though. Totally different situation. No, and I would not disagree from an electric vehicle standpoint. Absolutely, I'm 100% on agreement there. But you don't see more Teslas on the road than you see Ford pickup trucks. It's as simple as that. Okay, but that's a minor thing. Now, you said Google. Google is being accused of being a monopoly. It's just they have
And
such.
how are you they are?
They are. They are. The fact that they're the number one website in the world, and with YouTube the number two website in the world, is a monopoly, basically on its face. But the European Union is um, bringing cases against them for being a monopoly because of two things. They have a monopolistic control over the browsers that are available in Europe. So, like, everything runs on Chrome or Chromium, and also their Google AdWords. So the European Union is basically saying you can't have both. You can't control the majority of all advertising on the internet and the browser. It's one or the other. So there's an argument to be made that they are. Now, it used to be e-cup monopolies. This started with the Sherman Antitrust Act with Standard Oil. It happened again with Ma Bell in the 60s um, with AT&T. It happened again in the 90s with Microsoft. And then basically the corporatocracy got its fingers within the government and the FCC, or the SEC, I should say, and the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, and have made it incredibly difficult for anyone to prosecute these different organizations. Now, what the basic monopoly law didn't take into account was venture capital, hedge funds. So eventually you have a hedge fund that maybe they don't own 100% of a company, but they own 30% of every company, and they have a huge amount of influence. This is not something that was an opportunity for people to have in the past, but because of changes in banking law, it has been. And that has only been for the last 30 years or so. So, with that being said, um, let's go back to Elon Musk. We can agree to disagree that no one would come out with an electric car had it not been for Elon Musk. People did. In 1900, there were more electric cars on the road than there were gas powered automobiles. So the electric car was not brand new. It had been around for over 100 years before Elon Musk even started producing them. And even in the 1990s, they had been experimented with by by General Motors. Put out a car. There's a very great documentary called "Who Killed the Electric Car," where there was something called the Saturn EV1, where General Motors put out and destroyed the industry because of pressure from the petroleum industry. Now, Elon Musk had some influence and some money and was able to move Tesla into this slot. But if Tesla closed today, there are other electric car companies that would fill that position. Now, you made the comment about, well, what about SpaceX? There were already space companies before SpaceX. SpaceX is the new kid on the block. Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Raytheon, Northrop Grumman. They're the ones who were putting satellites in the sky long before SpaceX was doing this. So if SpaceX wasn't doing it, they would be doing it. They're still doing it. So that's already been like established. A company like perhaps um, X, he owns X. That was already started. If X went away today, we would have Mastodon and Truth Social and Blue Sky that would fill the gap. It would just take a little bit longer. So what I do agree with you on, very much so, is that he may have accelerated the timeline, but that does not mean that had he not done this, no one else would have. Someone would come along and have done it. And in terms of Ford and the Model T, the Model T was not the first car in the road. Vehicles had been on the road for 30 years before the Model T. You had General Motors, which would eventually become a monopoly. You had Mercedes Benz. You had Daimler. You had Chevy, which wasn't yet purchased by General Motors yet, Chevrolet. You had Studebaker. You had du- Duesenberg. I mean, you had Cord. There were a lot of different vehicles on the road. The reason why the Model T had such an appeal is because it was affordable for the common person, and it was made on an assembly line that made it very easily mass produced. The other cars had to be handmade generally. But if if Henry Ford didn't come up with the widespread use of the assembly line, you don't think somebody else would have thought of that? It might have taken another year or two, but somebody else would have thought of that. That's not such a crazy idea. And that's what I'm saying. None of these innovators, not a single one of them, has any idea that wouldn't have come along either a year later, 5 years later, 10 years later. Look at the invention of the telephone. So Alexander Graham Bell gets credit for it, but it was really perhaps Marconi who developed it, and it was just a race to the patent office on who would get credit for it. So what I'm saying is that like something like the telephone, if Alexander Graham Bell hadn't been credited with the patent of the telephone, then Marconi would have been. Edison didn't invent the light bulb. Edison just invented, or his company developed a longer lasting light bulb. But there were already 300 light bulbs on the market at that time. So what I'm saying is that if Edison hadn't had developed a longer lasting light bulb, somebody else would have. Somebody else would have developed the assembly line. Somebody else would have developed the Model T. Somebody else would have developed the Tesla. Somebody or something like it would have developed SpaceX and what we currently have with X and all of Elon Musk's other developments. What I'm saying, moving away from how great he is or whatever, is at a certain point you have to say enough is enough. You can't have any more money, and that's what no billionaire wants to hear.
Yeah. Again, I agree with 95% of what you just said.
I'll take that.
In fact, I was well aware of the kind of timeline of things. My position isn't that if Elon didn't, I don't know, like build Tesla, no one else would be working on electric cars. Nor was it saying he was the first one to try it. And I was aware that he was the first one. Right? What I'm saying, which you agreed with, is that he accelerated the development and the kind of, I don't know, like the market penetration.
Agreed.
Of electric vehicles.
Agreed. No argument there.
That's making them widely available today, and probably more widely available for years to come. So maybe we have some disagreements on to what degree he accelerated it. But yeah, I agree with your statement that if he didn't do it, yeah, there would probably still be electric vehicles that would have had some levels of market success in the coming years.
Okay, so the only thing on which we really disagree is how much he accelerated it, and I can live with that. You may say it would have taken 5 years longer, or 10 years longer, or 100 years, whatever you want to say, and I could say, I agree with whatever number you want to put in there. He did accelerate it, no doubt.
Now with SpaceX, yeah, of course, there's other space companies, but none of them were attempting self-catching rockets, right? Like I think people generally thought that he was kind of crazy for even attempting.
Lockheed Martin, I believe, was. Let me look that up.
Maybe, but they weren't all in.
Was Lockheed Martin developing self-catching rockets, and if so, what year did they start? I don't mean to nitpick on this, but what I'm trying to say is that's something that's been around since the 1980s at least, where people felt it was too expensive to just keep sending rockets into space. It's the reason why the space shuttle was developed, because of the expense.
Yeah, I'm sure they were aware of the value of self-catching rockets, but what I'm saying is they weren't all in on it, right? Like it wasn't even financially, like it's like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not too familiar with the work of Lockheed Martin and Boeing. I don't know if I think have space shuttles or anything like that, if they're sending rockets into space.
They developed a space shuttle.
Okay, fair. But I guess like rockets in space, right? Like Elon, has like a huge market share, like the rockets sent into space. Uh, I don't know the exact numbers, but I know it's a significant portion. I've never heard of, that doesn't mean they don't exist. I could just be ignorant to this, but I've never heard of a Boeing rocket or a Lockheed rocket, especially haven't heard of them having a significant market share in the rockets into space. Right. And so what I'm saying is SpaceX, it, it didn't create a new market. It didn't create an entirely new market. If it, like uh, there's other space companies, but what I'm saying is what they were doing was completely different from everybody else, and that's why they were so successful, because they pulled off what was previously deemed nearly impossible.
Okay, so 1981 was the space shuttle, and that now what let's make sure I understand what you mean by self-catching. Like that's the rocket that goes up in the air and then comes back and lands in the same spot, right?
Yeah, it goes into space, then comes back from space with the rocket intact. So it's a reusable rocket.
Right, I understand. So um the USSR did it in 1988. They only did it once, but they just wanted to prove it could be done. It landed autonomously and it wasn't reused. Um, so, and then 1981, the space shuttle did it. The orbiters reused. The boosters were covered in the ocean. It was not autonomous. So I get, but okay, if he hadn't done it, well, we have Blue Origin that's doing it. China has done it, and Rocket Lab has done it, and then Japan and India have developed it as well. So there are other people who, while SpaceX did it first, and I'm not denying that, and it's a beautiful thing to watch. Blue Origin, China, Rocket Lab, Japan, and India would have done it, or have already done it.
So so my question would be, were they already working on this problem, and to what degree
Um, well,
before?
yeah, it's been something that people have been working on since at least 1981.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. To what degree, right? Because if they, the Russians, they just did it once, kind of a one-off thing, just to prove it was done, and then I don't know if this is true, but I'm speculating here. And then they just kind of put that to the side. Right?
Well,
Whereas Elon,
they had the breakdown of their government, which is the big issue there.
of course, but sure, maybe not the best example. That was an example. What I'm saying is, to what, like, were there other companies that were working on it to the same degree that he was? And even if there was, okay, well, he succeeded, right? They didn't succeed, right? Because if they succeed and maybe the rockets are better, then naturally, generally speaking, unless there's sort of monopolistic practices going on or favorable treatment within the government, they're going to start capturing a larger market share because the product is better, right? So what I'm saying is, he is the best product. He built the best product, and that in of itself is very innovative. Even if some sort of like uh, primitive version of the technology already existed, right? He advanced the technology.
Right. I agree with that, but it would have been done. It's already being done by other companies. So had he not done it, somebody else would have. This had been experimented in the 1980s, and for various reasons, really one of the big ones was there was just not a real big need because satellites weren't as advanced, and also the autonomous nature of computing wasn't where it needed to be. That it was seen as being important, or I shouldn't say important. It would have been seen as being important, but it wouldn't have been seen as being practical. Is probably a better word. Um, but to give you an idea of what about Lockheed Martin, what about Boeing? Um, these are the companies who put up the Apollo program. So I mean, they've been using expendable rockets since the at least the 1960s. But the thing is, they were funded by the government, so they didn't need to reuse the rockets. It was like All right, well, we need another rocket. There's no like the big thing about the reusable rocket is the fact that Elon Musk has to pay for these. Boeing and Lockheed Martin were getting the money from the United States government, so there was no real reason to need to reuse it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the timing was good. Maybe when he started doing it, there was a market for it, or maybe he created a market. I don't know the exact details, but all I'm saying is that he was a pioneer in the space, and he significantly advanced the technology, and you could argue that he has the most advanced reusable rocket technology in existence. So that in of itself is admirable
I
and should
agree.
be rewarded.
I agree. Well, I don't know if it should be reward. He's how much more do you want to reward him?
Okay, okay. And I knew you would have problems with that. Okay, obviously there's a huge wealth inequality problem, but I do think there's an issue with taxing billionaires 99%. I do maybe their taxes should be higher. I probably agree with that, but I don't think it should be 99% because if that's the case, then the only incentive for billionaires to keep building, right, to entrepreneurs to keep building like Elon, is just for the love of humanity in of itself,
That's why
right?
people should do
There's
things.
no yeah, but what I'm saying is people like it's not human nature. I would argue, right, to just do things for the love of humanity. Some people are like that, like you and I, perhaps were short of it in that way. But well, I'm saying, I don't think that would lead to an efficient society. Now
Okay,
it's fine. It's fine once we have like a completely automated economy. Then and then you can just leave it up to like the super like interested researchers or whatever, who are just generally have like a passion for the field to just advance these fields, and then have just like AI armies that kind of implement them. But in this current economy, you still need incentive to build. And I would say, uh, like Elon Musk's net worth also enables him to start more companies and be more entrepreneurial as well. And I think our country has greatly benefited from Elon's success
so why not just give one person all the money in the world and have them start all the companies?
because only one person can do so much.
Okay, so
And not and I mean, if there was some like deity or something, someone who was like cracked out of their goddamn mind and like which is like the most smartest person on earth and could just do a million times what like everybody else could do, then yeah, I'm sure go ahead. But there's really not people like that. But I would say Elon, comparatively, is an extraordinary individual, and so I think maybe not 700 billion. I'd have to think about it. Like what exactly I think what policies should be implemented. But I do think we benefited. Like Elon's success has benefited us to a worst.
okay, again, if he didn't do it, somebody else would. And basically, it's the idea of this. You watch football a little bit. Um,
A little bit.
all right, so the way it works in the NFL, and I'm not saying this is perfect, but this is an analogy, is if you're the worst team in the NFL, the next year you get the number one draft pick in the league. Are you familiar with this?
Uh, yeah, sort of.
Okay, so basically there are players who play in college, and when they want to declare for the draft, they are ranked basically from
Yep.
best to worst, and the person who gets the best player is the worst team in the NFL. The team that came in second to worst in the NFL gets the second best player. The team
Got
that
it.
came in the third worst in the NFL, they get the third best player, et cetera, et cetera. And the team that
Okay.
was the best gets since there are 32 teams, they get the 32nd best player. All right.
Okay.
And then essentially it's like it's called a snake draft, where basically what this does is it gives the people at the bottom the opportunity to improve to maybe be the best in the future. And that's what taxation does. Basically, once you hit a certain point in society, $1 billion, let's say, you've made it. Give somebody else a chance. Somebody else will start Tesla. Somebody else will start the Boring Company. Someone else will start Macro Hard. Someone else will start X or already did. Give somebody else a chance. That's all. And
But
you're
look,
saying what incentive do people have to do that? To get to the finish line. And if we say the finish line is $1 billion, then anything you make after that, if you really like to work, that's fine. You're just going to be taxed at a high rate. This isn't anything new. This is how society was up until the 1940s.
yeah, I mean,
And what has happened is that there's been
just because
influence,
society
influ-
was like that up to the 1940s. I mean, I can make an argument. Okay, but we progressed way more since the 1940s. Now, I'm not saying it's because of that change, but what I'm saying is it's not a good point to make. There's a lot of kind of confounding factors there. But yeah, I agree with you that wealth inequality is way too. All I'm saying is that just because someone like I don't know, they make a single company that really benefits our economy or society in some way. That doesn't mean okay, well now you don't get any reward for continuing to benefit society.
you do get a reward. You get to live a comfortable life as a billionaire.
I said continuing to benefit. Right?
You can
There's no
continue.
finish line.
You
There
can,
shouldn't be a finish line. Is what I'm saying. There like if you have
wait. If you don't have a finish line, then one person will take over the entire world.
look, I disagree with that.
It's already happened.
I think no, I disagree. I mean, you can have policies that prevent monopolies like we do now, and you could argue they've been loosened significantly, like you were kind of arguing earlier.
They have.
And I would agree they should probably not be loosened significantly. And you could also argue, like I was kind of insinuating earlier, that the lobbying system is a big part of probably why those things were loosened. Because that's the economic incentive. The incentive structure is completely fucked, essentially. But
When you have a current system that exists,
but just think about this that I'm making, which is if let's say okay, I'll give a hypothetical. Let's say there was an individual in our society that was genius. 200 is unrealistic hypothetical. Let's say he had 230 IQ. He was super ambitious. He loved humanity, right? Uh, like, wouldn't you want that person, right, to have more financial power to be able to build like more companies rather than just there being a finish line of $1 billion and then now like there's no more kind of uh, like I don't know they can't fund like large companies anymore or build large companies anymore because there's no progress.
hold on, they absolutely could. They could take $500 million of their net worth and go and give it to another company and then build up their wealth back up to $1 billion. Or they could also stay at $1 billion and just advise companies. No one says that they have to stop doing what they're doing. It's just you've gotten to the end. Now it's time for somebody else to be successful.
Yeah, I mean, I just completely disagree with that. I think there's benefits to certain individuals having more power over
Grant,
others.
Grant,
Now,
then
I'm
you
not
have to
saying in
understand.
our current
Then you
system,
have to understand what will happen is one person will get all of the control and they will make it so that you don't get to reproduce.
yeah. So what you're doing right now is a slippery slope fallacy. That's essentially what you just presented to me.
That's what it
You're saying
is.
just because no, you're saying just because there's going to be some inequality, therefore eventually it's going to devolve into one person having literally all the money. I think that's kind of a ridiculous presumption.
That's absolutely not ridiculous. That's what simulations. That's what if you run this. If you run the simulation of humanity 1,000 different times, 1,000 times it is a small minority that controls the wealth, and the majority of people end up starving. That's how it works in simulations. That's not my opinion. And you can call the slippery slope fallacy. I recognize that that's what it may seem to you. That's human nature, that a small group of people controls the opportunities of the whole. And you're not in that group. And I'm saying that if you want to have at least some equality on earth, you cannot have a perfectly capitalistic system because you will have one person or perhaps a very small amount of people who control everything.
So everything that you just said, I 100% agree with actually, because you actually just shifted your position. Earlier position was if like what I was happening, what I was saying was enacted, then eventually it would evolve into one person having literally all the money. Now your position is shifted to okay, there'd be it would devolve into a small group of people having a disproportionate amount of money. Of
Yeah.
course, I agree with
So
that. I think, in fact, to a large degree, that's already what we're seeing.
that is true.
I completely agree.
Let's talk about that. Eventually, though, of that small group of people with the power, one person will have power over those people, and that's what I'm saying. One person will be able to control everything. So the one person would have control over, say, the 300 people in society who are movers and shakers, and be able to have influence over the entire world.
Yeah. So I guess my response to kind of where this conversation has gone is let me present like what I think like ideally society would kind of how they'd address these issues, right?
Go ahead.
So I do think there should be stronger immediately. There should be stronger anti-monopolistic policies because that to a large degree prevents innovation. Obviously, that's why they were originally implemented. And I do think, regardless, even if we do that, I do think wealth inequality is going to increase, especially with the development of AI, because now you have these relatively small companies with super specialized, super monetarily powerful uh, technologies that are completely going to take control of the market. And so if you have like Tesla, for example, let's say Optimus just takes off, and now they have this huge market head start in completely automating factories or completely automating truck driving, like all of these things, right? Or automating welding, like whatever. Then Tesla's going to be worth freaking $40 trillion or something. It's gonna absorb all of the market cap of all those industries, and it's gonna be widely wildly unequal. I completely agree that that's kind of the direction that we're headed. But my end solution is kind of similar to yours. I do think eventually there should be some sort of state control of the economy once that kind of turning point event occurs, and then you start redistributing the wealth because now the economy is largely automated. So I generally kind of agree with your conclusive solution to these issues. I think we just disagree on when they should be enacted. I don't think we're there yet to where we should just UBI right now because the economy hasn't been automated.
Okay. As I said previously, I think we have the same end goal, which I would hope most people do. And it's just a matter of are we enough in an automated society to be able to enact UBI. I can tell you, at least in Long Beach, uh, not too far from where I'm based, they had a program they gave, uh, especially in the inner city. I believe it was 1,000 people, $1,000 a month for a year, and every single person, 100% of them, said that it bettered their lives, that they didn't have to worry so much about groceries or their kids' t-ball um, fees or all of those other things. And it may not be a perfect solution to give people money, but it is a start. And we're not yet in an automated society yet. Those people still had to work, and so we can have a smooth transition where we have people still working, but we give them a start of a UBI. You know, UBI is actually already enacted in one U.S. state. Do you know which one? It's not called this. It's not called this, but um, let's not
I
not
don't
to
know.
not to put you on the
I could
spot.
I could no, it's okay. I could guess Minnesota, California, New York.
Uh,
Is there-
no, no. Every man, woman, and child. Let me make sure this is correct. Is given in the state. I mean, I know what state it is, but um, it it's not talked about a lot because I believe each person gets $2,000 a year. And let me just check before I say anything and have to correct myself. So it's called the Permanent Fund Dividend, and it's out of Alaska. It's the closest real world example of a universal basic income funded by oil and gas. Where the money comes from? It comes from
I see. I've heard of this.
oil revenue. So Alaska taxes oil and gas extraction. By law, at least 25% of certain oil revenues must go to the Alaska Permanent Fund. This was created in 1976 by a constitutional amendment. The principal is never spent. It's invested globally: stocks, bonds, real estate, private equity. So um, this is already done. So every Alaska resident who lives in Alaska for a qualifying year, almost everyone qualifies. Adults, children, parents receive it for. There's no work requirement, no income tax, no spending requirements, and it's $1,000 to $2,500 a year. So this is, and so like a family of four in Alaska makes up to like $10,000 a year given to them by the government. It's once per year, direct deposit or check. So this is already being done. So for it to seem like we're too far away from doing that, it's already been done, and it's been done for over 40 years, almost 50 years in one U.S. state. Now, I know what you're going to say. No one lives in Alaska. I get that. I get that. But if it can be done in Alaska successfully, in 2 days, they'll celebrate 50 years of it successfully being performed. That doesn't mean that it can't be explored in the other 49 states. We're going to leave it at that. I've got to get some sleep. Grant, I have loved to have this conversation with you. Come back more often and we can have them more, okay? And tell your friend,
Yes, sir.
tell your friend I want to hear everything that he has to learn, that he's learned about these 28 women who have accused the, and I want to say this, I don't want to live in a country that where anybody's accused of sexual assault. I want the best people in society, but 28, to quote Cat Williams, if people have been saying that you've been smoking crack for 20 years, and then multiple people say you've been smoking crack for 20 years, you might be a crack smoker. And in the same way, if people have been accusing you not just of sexual assault, but sometimes of rape, and not just that, let's say he never did any of that stuff. You cheated on your first wife with your second wife. You cheated on your third wife with a porn star publicly. No one knows what else you've been doing, but you're a scumbag.
Agreed.
Beautiful, Grant. Take care, my man.
All right, brother.
Peace.
You too, bro.
Thank
Have a
you.
good night.
You too. You're the cat.
Let's say again, I just want to make it work here. And again, what's the reason? I want to make sure that I think about it here. I want to make sure that you don't give up on it. Like that's just to be honest with you. So okay, so what happens? I want to make it work here on the our strong here in Colorado. I will say, but I have this. So watch this. So my feeling shape, the ball was Hawaii. So what was Hawaii also? So let's say you can make here on the Colorado, same objective. But again, if you want to make here the half subject, that's awesome. Half shape right now, or the half shape that you're making. Big here, on here. How about not really just so that it's supposed to look like this. But if you get a good here, and you really that then you're okay. So we'll say, oh, but the same way we do it, I'm not going to myself, as long as I can do it, I'm going to do it. With that, yeah, the way you like understand this is, I'm not going to myself, I don't actually say, I don't really have the list of this word, as long as I can do it, that's what you do. It's true. I'm not going to myself, whatever it is, that's what you say. You're in the put up the seed, on the barrel, just to use it for fun. Now, I've actually said you have to actually work on the barrel. There are processes with the beer case. In the beer case, what it sounds like is, as long as I kind of here, that's what you get. So which is the awesome, but with puppets. So, how about puppets? Which is the awesome, not with puppets. So, the most sooner value of the drop point, which is the thing. When you there's nothing that looks easy about it. Why? Somebody looks at that. What is it? So let's say everything is always about the narrative. If someone is really curious about what is the narrative go about, so that's just the narrative. What I think about. Finish my update here. You check the answer. You know what I'm saying? Again, I didn't get all the decisions. So again, somebody's going to go here and run here. Now I get the word. Color bodies. Color bodies. So what's saying? So again, the narrative very simple. Therefore, you know, we'll say, because of that, my actions can stand on their own, and as long as that here is about that shit. But like you start having ability, like we're kind of on the flip side, talk about what's fucking yourself. We'll say, but in the case of the stringer, like when someone sees me putting a string on top of that, we'll say, what's the narrative? What's the issue narrative? What am I doing? What am I doing? I'm straight walk. I'm straight walk. And no one's gonna say, oh, he's going to come again. Right? Because we say, because of that, everything is what your action looks like. This is what your action is for. In the case of the string, because that, therefore, again, the Rashi says, put the string on the garbage truck on the garbage. What was? What was? Without checking. I know that actually, most of the time I say that I'm going to put about that out, but I'm space. I'm going to put about which is this. So what's the said to this? You know, I want to say actually, it's not proper. So again, it's my focus. What did he do? The shotgun brother came up with one of the guys of the gun. He took a foot of brother and he stuck it in the spigot of the barrel. But Omar, there's really going to happen. He said, I don't think that. Again, obviously, get back above the head and plugging up the barrel was then you come up and get it. So what you say, no, I'm not fixing the barrel. I'm just putting my closet in. And you have to get, you know what's it? Also, the number now, Rabbi Rothschild, so first one was Shabbos, and he started to take a nap on the boat. Even though he didn't do it, the boat was on the other side of the river. Rabbi Rothschild, so the sea cave, he had a video, right? But he had other portions on the other side of the river. If you want to get to the other side of the river, you check out see what's the he took a nap on the boat. Even though he knew that the boat was going to go to the other side of the river. Also, and he said, by the way, maybe come coming up there. The maybe coming up. All I have is time to take a nap. So listen, so again, these are pieces where I'm going to talk about. This one man is doing something. So I clearly when you put people garbage in there, that's the other one. You go ahead and fix the event. Then we'll say this. We'll stop the river case. We'll stop here. We'll pick up and we'll have a lot tomorrow. Okay, we'll pick up the story about the talk about the air session tomorrow. And we'll go from there. That's the issue there. All right. So we'll say, Or perhaps extracted in one of the regular, but look at the neighborhood in general, they go themselves, and they just go ahead and let's say you have a cow,
Controversial thing. Twizzlers. Bro, what? Watch, bro. Twizzlers fell off. It's like chewing on a tire, bro. I don't know. Twizzlers are fire.
Anyways,
I'm not a big Twizzlers guy.
rambling story to explain what he said. So this guy, he does a thread where he goes.
So I'm gonna go ahead and say.
I don't remember exactly what he said, but like people don't realize that he'll just modest mouse and just go through a garden state for like whatever, not as cool, whatever. He's getting trashed because people like Garden State. It's a mainstream movie success, and they like local stations. So I replied, are you there? I have 2008 on the phone. They would like to talk with you because that tape is from like 2008. So I just wrote that. I was pretty happy with myself because I like it. And so I read this stupid bitch's response about fucking Cards Against Humanity, and she's using my same joke structure to come at me. But it's not funny this time. And she's getting all these likes. So I'm getting pissed off because this is not funny. This is not a good reply, and it's getting all these likes. I'm very angry. But angrily, I'm a numbers guy. Angrily, I search, it's giving. What is that? You know, what is that? And this whole thing about ChatGPT is like, it's AAV or whatever you say, like, I don't know what that is, like the abbreviation for, but, you know, it's not white. You know, it's like, so what I'm saying is cultural appropriation. Cultural appropriation. She is culturally appropriating this thing. So I screenshot that and I replied with just that. That she's culturally appropriating. I'm like, and then that even makes people even more angry.
Damn,
all these white
how to
people,
fucking nuke liberal minds, dude.
Yeah, all these white people are like, oh, what does that mean? What does that mean? What do you think it means, you stupid bitch? It means exactly what it is. You stole. You're Andrew Schultz. Don't come at me with your Andrew Schultz thing. It's giving. Sure. I got pregnant because I came on the back door. Yeah, that's you.
Yeah.
Watch Andrew Schultz doing jokes about Latinas getting pregnant. That's you. And then one guy writes like, "Good job, white savior." I'm like, now you don't even understand. You don't even get it. I'm making fun of that. So there's all these comments. One guy got a lot of likes. I don't know. On that thing, like your response was, "This joke was not funny," and your response is even dumber. Go back to Facebook and cry. Threads, there's no understanding of irony. People completely miss what you're saying. I've heard people say that on Threads. They get like you do a joke and people want you to explain the joke. That's after a comedy show. What does that mean? They get mad. They think it's like serious or they have questions. But that's kind of that's the beauty of Threads now.
Yeah, it's giving 2025 for sure.
Yeah. So one person wrote, "It's giving" something to get back at me. I'm like, you're also white. All right, you are white. Okay,
I've never liked it's giving. I never liked it.
No, I mean, well, I don't know what I feel about it, but I don't like it coming from somebody who's just culturally appropriating.
Another thing I fucking hate, and I couldn't handle it. Blood before mud, whatever the fuck that means. I don't know what the fuck that means. Blood is thicker than mud, or some shit like that, right?
I've never heard that. That's weird.
But like, no. I like that though. I'm using that non-ironically.
Oh, okay.
But like, I'm saying like, That's true. Yes, families, everything. All these people say these things.
I'm gonna thicker than water.
Right, something like that. I think but Fernando Jones is a blues artist from Chicago. I had a relationship with him way back when I was playing music. Not like that. You just thought of me fucking a dude right now. It's gay as hell. But anyways, he has a song called You Had to Think About It.
I don't know if
There's a song he made called Blood is Thicker Than Mud. So that's a phrase it's good stuck in my head.
Yeah, he wrote it.
What I'm trying to say is that my little cousin, my older cousin, would always say I'm dead whenever he would be laughing at something I said.
Oh yeah,
And one day I had to confront him and be like, dude, can you stop saying that? You're dead? You're dead.
Why does that make you so mad?
I don't know, dude. Dead ass. I hate this shit, dude. I
don't like dead ass.
But if I say like, dude, into like 1,000, you know what I mean? Like IQ, joke, comedy structure, fucking amazing over here. You know what I mean? What's so funny, dog? Anyways, but I'm pumping out the good, dude, and he just flat faced goes, I'm dead. You're not laughing, dude. You're not dead, dude. What are you talking about? It's kind of like. It's annoying,
That sounds like the reaction is the main reason.
And at the time, if I had ChatGPT, I would have done what you did.
What's that?
Oh, look it up and be like, oh, look at this. Martin Luther King said I'm dead.
Yeah. I mean, when I wrote that, I remember thinking like, people are not gonna like this.
Okay, I didn't mean like he got assassinated. I mean,
yeah. No, I think people understood. Okay. When I replied that, I thought, this is not going to be popular, right? Like, people won't get it. They won't understand what I'm trying to say. I'm simply pointing out that you're using vernacular that's not your own. You are, stealing it, and it's not authentic. It doesn't come off looking authentic, and it's cringe. And sorry that you like pit bulls that eat children. Okay? I'm making a joke, but also I hate pit bulls.
And you know what? I also want to apologize. You're not apologizing, but I want to apologize. I shouldn't have been talking about you with the girl last night. Called me another good move. She was like, hey, how's it going? And I was like, dude, this guy's talking about Marty Supreme on Threads. Just be women, like, contempt prior to the investigation. Yeah. Anyway, but I'm doing,
I think it would probably kill the mood if you bring me out when you're with a woman.
Yeah.
I wouldn't suggest that the listeners do that. But maybe not. Maybe they're like, oh, that's hot.
Yeah. I don't know why. He's got no hair. He's a fucking ginger beard, this and that,
Yeah, well, I mean, long story short, get on Threads, be inflammatory. I don't think it was rage baiting. I've seen a lot about this rage baiting thing going on. I didn't feel like it was, but maybe it is. And if it is, it's fun.
We don't have to spend a lot of time on this, but I want you to see what I've been looking at for the last, I don't know, dude, but check this out.
It really looks like solitaire.
It is amazing. Look, you got jokers up top. This guy's never there, so just don't pay attention to him.
Right.
But look, you got jokers up top. They work together, dude. So, like, this joker's working with that joker, with that joker, with that joker, and you gotta try to beat the score. Let's see, like, a little higher levels. You got the shop where you buy the stuff, dude. It's fucking incredible, dude. It is the best game I've ever played in my whole life, dude. It's just, I don't know. There's something about it that's like speaks to me, dude. And in the comments, if you guys are playing Balatro, dude, hit me up. I'm down to talk with you on Discord or something. Fucking let's play Balatro on the hot, man. Anyways.
Okay, so yeah, an ad for Balatro. It does look like kind of a gambling solitaire of some kind.
Oh, there's no gambling though. It's just one-time payment for the game itself.
Yeah.
And the guy, like, I think it got Game of the Year, or whatever. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I didn't graduate. I went to college a lot though, but they got Game of the Year. Casinos were trying to like buy the patent off it and use it in the casinos, and he refused. He's like, this game has soul, whatever the fuck.
Oh, this guy owns it?
No, actually, this is some random guy.
Okay. Interesting.
But yeah.
Yeah, that's why it kind of looks like a casino game. But anyway, so back home, I have an admission. I already told you this, but
I was so excited to talk about it.
Yeah. So I wanted to hang out with my friends, and I texted Othman. I haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah.
And I said, me and the fiance want to see the girls, want to hang out, And he's like, okay, well, he's like, what nights are you free? And I go, well, really only these nights. I didn't have that many because my parents want to go and they get Bob. I'm like,
Yeah, DC is different.
Different. That's my time. I always say that's my time, Dallas. When I'm talking to my mom and dad. So he's like, how about we can do the 27th, but we're going to a comedy show that night. I know it sucks. He said, I know it sucks. He's like, it's a bad bit, but do you want to go to the comedy show with us? I go, yeah, sure. I asked the family down to go to the DC Improv. Ever heard of it? And so she's like, yeah, of course. So we're like, yeah, let's go. And we also wrangled in blue shirts too. So, I mean, hopefully not. He drove us there. So then he goes, but one thing though, like the comedy show is Martin and me. And I go, oh man, you know, because I'll say I think at least I was under the impression that Martin and me sucks. You don't have to say, but I just from what I've seen, I was like, I don't want to. Really, Martin Amini? That's what we gotta go see. And his girl, his wife, is a fan of Martin Amini. She is Bolivian, half Bolivian and half Iranian, which Martin Amini is also. She's seen him online. They've gone to show. She loves this guy. So she sends me a text like, "Oh, what's your beef with Martin?" You know, kind of. Like, oh, look, that's okay. I'll go to the show. I'm sure he's great.
His cousin's way funnier.
I thought they were his brother.
I don't even know. But Max is so much better.
Really? So, and I mean, Martin Amini, I that's the last thing I want to do. Really. I do not want to do.
I'd rather see Max for sure.
I'd rather see a lot of comedians, even though I don't really know him that well, and he's fine. So I'm like, all right, yeah, sure, whatever. It'll be funny. At least it'll be something for the show.
Yeah, if it was Max, it would be hilarious.
Yeah, because Martin. Well, one of the things Martin Amini does is the thing that you hate.
Oh, dude, let's start a dating show.
Yeah, it's the dating show thing.
Max doesn't do that. Max is
no dating show.
Yeah, okay. No, he's actually a really good stand-up.
Have you been there live for the dating shows?
No,
Never. So you've never seen it? Never been in person?
No.
All right. So let me tell you how the show.
I was running in those circles before they started doing that.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. So here's how the show went. We buy tickets to the DC Improv. Othman was like, also another bad bit. We did VIP, so we could choose our seats. I'm like, whatever. You know, let's add the things that that suck. I'm paying more money. I have some Martin Amini and just sit in a room for an hour. Watching shit I don't want to watch. But hey, we're best friends. So whatever it is.
Assaulted by black sand.
Yeah, a little bit of that. So we go to the DC Improv. Have you ever been to DC Improv?
No, but I would go to see Max for sure.
Okay, you love this guy, Max. So we go. It's like you walk down these stairs. You go in the DC Improv. It looks a little, a nice place. But it looks like, oh man, what? I thought this was like a nice. I always had the impression that the DC Improv was like a very nice place, right? It to me looks like it's going through some hard times. Not that bad, but it's rough in there. And they take us to our seats. This guy, as I'm walking, he goes, "Hey man." And I turn and he's like, "Can I interest y'all in some shirts or stuff or whatever?" I'm looking at it, it's like wholesome baddie, crop top, like former homie or whatever. And I didn't actually look at the shirts at the time. I saw them later. But I just immediately, I was like, no, man, I'm okay. I'm good. This will come back. So we go to our seats and we're sitting. We get some food. The food's great. DC Improv, I really enjoy the food.
Have you seen Devin Costa's recent upload?
Oh, yeah, the great comedians. That's me, yeah. Well, I'm not even in the great.
No, yeah, no, it's just funny.
I'm essentially doing that. Like, listen, we got to talk about something. I'm trying to be positive.
No, my bad. I didn't mean to throw it off.
No, not at all. No.
Also, another thing I had to point out really quick. Dude, you're talking about the comedy club is DC stuff? Yeah. Dude, if assassins came to my apartment all the time, you think it's going to be nice, dude?
Apparently.
Yeah, murderers coming here, dude, it's going to be a little dingy. You know?
You can't keep it. Comedians are a nice place when you got comedians.
Yeah.
There's like 250 of them.
Keep it going. Sorry.
They fucking, no. This is all good stuff to add in the soup. So this comedian Martin Amini soup they were doing. Do you want to hear about Martin?
Oh, dude, if he's cooking, I'd rather have Max, whatever he's cooking.
Okay. So we got the food. The show's about to start, and I'm thinking. Here's what I'm thinking. I wonder if can you guess what I'm thinking before the comedy show?
I'm gonna make another Max joke, but
I wish this was Max.
I wish it was Max, dude. Honestly, he would never talk to the audience. He would talk at the audience. He wouldn't bring him on stage. Are you kidding me? No, Maximini is a great
You
person.
take your shirt off and it's a Maximini shirt. Do those exist? I don't know.
It's exactly like this one, but just Maximini.
Oh yeah, Max, and then a bunch of him with a microphone. Somebody make it. So what I was thinking was, man, please don't let there be like a feature. Please just let it be either ideally just him, Martin, or hosting him. Please God, I cannot take 3 or 4 comedians. If it's more than 3, I can't. I have to leave. And thankfully, it was just the host in it.
Oh, wow.
So the host comes up, and it's the guy that sells t-shirts. You know, of course it was, right? Does it surprise you? Justo? So Justo,
Yeah, because Martin, it doesn't work with anyone that he always works with.
well, he actually said that he brings Justo around.
He used to bring a lot of other guys around.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's the nature of the game. This is not.
Maybe not with Max. I think Max is more loyal to the people that opens for him.
And again, I'm just like,
So Justo comes on stage, and Justo's fine, but he does all the things that. It's been a while since I've been to a comedy show, so he's doing all the things that you notice. Like, okay, the first thing he does, Justo's on stage, and he goes, "All right, y'all might remember me from selling the t-shirts." And then, so, have you never been to a comedy show? Yeah. But you've been to the comedy show before. That is what a lot of times you'll see. Y'all might remember me from walking into your seat. You know, like in a comedy store. Like it's guaranteed. So I'm not knocking. And please don't take this as me making fun of them for that. But because I'm an impaired open micer that's seen this a million times, I'm like, all right, here we go. What else you got? What else you got, Chin? I'm strapped in. And he goes, all right, looking at this Whole Foods ass audience. Because there's more than one race. So there's number 2.
He said Whole Foods?
Something like that.
Oh my
like
God.
Mr. Whole Foods, So he's doing that, and he's like, and then the third thing, which every comedian does, and I don't fault him because some of these are kind of guaranteed laughs. Maybe you should do them as the host. But he goes, I mean, I don't know, I don't got too much time because I gotta move my car or whatever. Like he's parked outside DC. Now I'm parking in DC. So I go, okay.
A lot of pedophiles, weirdly.
I wish he'd said that. I wish he went into, instead of what he did, went into pedophile stuff. I'd be like, thank God someone willing to do something different. That's my time, Dallas. So Oathman, like, while he's doing this, he's not bad. I want to stress this, and I'll say both of them, neither of them are bad. Both of them are serviceable comedians. And if you're a comedy fan, they're not people where I look at a lineup and I'd be like, wow, that is going to be rough. They're nowhere near as bad as like Brian Callen or Joe Rogan or Tom Segura. Maybe we got to add him to the list. I haven't seen him recently, but I was thinking what Jim Brewer has become.
Oh yeah.
So those are like active. When you go see or when you watch their stand-up, that's like active pain. Where you just like, I cannot. This hurts to watch. So Justo, Martin, they're fine. So, but anyways, Justo's doing his. All right, you feel free to
see Max, dude. I'm telling you. I mean, dude, honestly, you're trying to endorse 2 shitty comedians. If you ask me, sorry for cussing. If you ask me who to see, Max and me is so goddamn funny.
So Justo's doing his bits, and they're not that great. And Oathman turns to me and he like taps my knee while he's on, and he goes, "What I tell you, stand-up sucks ass." I go, yeah, it does. It really does. It's not very good. But Justo does a few bits. He does some kind of funny crowd work because the audience is a little rowdy. March crowd's a little rowdy. Right. You know what I mean?
Disrespectful people.
So he's doing his bits, and I'm like, it finally stops. Thank God. And he's, are y'all ready for Martin Amini? You've seen him on YouTube. You've seen him on TikTok. He's famous all over the world now. Give it up for Martin Amini. All right, so you know what the first thing, I wonder if Martin's ever done this before. The first thing he does.
But it should be approaching the king.
Calls his girl spicy.
No, his girl was there, though.
Yeah.
So first thing he does, and I don't know if this is a plan or not. okay? But he reaches down under the stool, and he pulls out a thing of Windex, and he's like, "What is this? Who left this here? What? Oh man, they have the Latinos because it's a Latino show. They're gonna."
Bro, I hate Martin Amini with all my soul and heart, dude.
Has he done that before?
I don't know.
Windex?
I watch a lot more Max than Martin for sure, though. And so dude.
Okay, so he did the Windex thing, and I go, "Oh God." Whatever, that killed. That killed. And, he's fine. He did an okay job. My knock on Martin is he does the thing where it's more, I've been trying to think of a way to describe it. And I think the closest I've come is reaction comedy, where he says something and then it's his reaction to it, like, like whatever that's more of like a white guy reaction, but that in his way. So this guy said this, and I was like, and it says that over and over again.
Yes.
But I'm gonna compliment him because a lot of people have said that Matt Rife is good at crowd work. I disagree, but I see where they're coming from. Martin Amini has crowd work down. He does. His responses. Do I want to see that? Not particularly, but the crowd work was not bad. He was good at it. It was the second best part of the show. Third best part of the show, I hate to say it, dating part. The dating part was the most fun.
Blast. It's a blast to be there.
It was good.
Yeah.
It was really good. He does the. He also seems like, I don't know. I mean, he was nice to the crowd, So
because I love people that are nice.
Yeah.
No, really. Like
Max.
when I meet. Dude, sorry, I wasn't gonna bring him up again, but yeah. No, but when I'm in public and I meet nice people, I'm like, this is awesome.
Yeah.
And whenever somebody's nice to me, I go, you should do stand-up comedy.
Yeah, I agree. We should do stand-up comedy. I don't agree.
Okay.
So, we should tell the crowd that the people listening, what the dating thing is.
Okay, it's not Maximini. It's like complete opposite, not funny. Online, not funny. In person, probably awesome because we're being silly.
Right. It probably doesn't transfer online.
No.
I've never watched online. But anyway, so what he does is at the end of his show, he's like, all right, well, let's do this, looking for love. And he asks the crowd for either a man who is single or a woman who is single. And then he gets other people who are single from the crowd, and then she interviews them, and then maybe they, she picks the one guy. Who knows if they actually want.
I just want to say really quick, how is Mark Maron selling more single tickets than, these dating guys?
Oh, right, because you want to,
Sounds like a bunch of lonely people in the audience, dude. I'm just kidding.
Because most of the people there are super fans of him.
Imagine a sad life like that, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, all you have to look forward to is a Martin Amini show.
Well, they're not alone. They go with other people.
Yikes. Other people that look forward to this, dude. I'm, full-blown contempt before prior to investigating stuff like this.
Yeah.
Shit, fuck that.
Okay, so now you see where I'm coming from when it comes to contempt before.
I mean, I hung out with Martin Amini a lot, but
I also had contempt before. I mean, I've only seen small snippets of Martin Amini.
I have experienced Max Amini live, and that shit was like a spiritual experience, dude. Very funny. Seriously, like probably one of the best comedians I've seen live.
I think you're headed towards a Reddit meme with all these Max things. They're gonna.
I cannot impress upon you enough how fucking funny Max is.
Bring on the Reddit.
It's insane that they're related. Guys, these guys don't do comedy the same way.
I mean, that's what he does. And so, anyway, so he did a set. Remember, but like we were just talking about the dating show, but now I want to go back. Like, was anything really memorable? Like this stuff. His dating routine. The dating thing I'm going to talk about, but the routine itself. I went to the bathroom and part of it because my neck was kind of hurting and I wanted to take a shit. Okay. So took a shit during his half of his set. But the dating thing. So he calls this girl. Well, first he does a guy, and the guy is kind of like a player or whatever. So the guy comes on stage and he seems like a player, and he says something about having a passport. He's like, "Oh, you one of the passport bros?" And so they're like, "I don't know. Should we have this guy? Should we have this guy?" And there's this old black lady that's in the front with her husband, and he's like, what do you think? He's been asking people, should we keep this guy? And he's like, what do you think? And he's like, I don't know. She's like, what does that mean? And he's like, what do you mean? What does that mean? She's like, what passport, bro? I don't know what that means. And he's like, that's a guy that goes to different countries to use the passport to get like women that, you know, in other places and bring them back. And I was just like, oh, hell no. So that guy gets voted off the island. Just that interaction of itself was the best part of the show.
Oh, dude, then she saved the show.
She was one of the people that saved the show, but the audience was kind of funny. So they diss him. They get this other woman. She's a nurse, black girl, and she goes on stage. And she seems very smart, articulate, normal. You gotta have the person that you pick be normal, otherwise the audience is not with them. So she's very normal, and she describes what she wants. Right, at a certain age, like 20. She's like 28 to something, and so she's like, I don't know, 24 to 32 or whatever it is. Yeah. So then they get the guys, right? The guys are hysterical because they're so like maybe, but more sort of just like the ones that are losers are just clear losers. Like the first guy, I forget his name, but he had on this dorky ass like blue shirt from work, and his eyes were way too close together, and he's walking all funny up, and I look at him and I'm dying laughing, I'm like pointing laughing, like look at that motherfucker, look at this fucking idiot. So he goes, all his answers are terrible. I think that I should be picked because fuck you, you fucking suck. She's never gonna pick you. No one is. That's why you're single. You suck. And you are never gonna have sex ever. So that guy sucks ass. And it just, so every time I look at him, I can't stop laughing because his eyes are so close together and his answers are so bad. What are you looking for in a woman? I'm looking for somebody that is like really fun and shut up, you suck. And so I'm just dying laughing. I hope that guy is like online. You know, I hope that part of the show.
What if he's a big fan of our show?
He's not. If that guy even knows how to turn on a computer, I'd be shocked. I don't think he had a job. He's like, I'm on retail and I'm looking for shut. Dude, he
watches this episode. He's like, that's why I didn't want to go on stage.
He wanted to go on stage. He brought it on himself. Cool. So then the player guy comes back on. It's like, he is normally works in IT. He has a chance, right? But no, he's probably not going to win. And then there's this other guy who's dressed crazy, like some weird jeans that are all cut up, and it's crazy, like Cameron jacket, and he has on dreads all the way, like, or not dreads, like what is it when you're curled up? Cornrows. Okay. And he looks crazy, and he's way too old, and his answers are terrible, like strange, confident answers. What do you look for in a woman? She looked for me. Or something like, you know, like, but God. He didn't really say that, but that kind of stuff. So obviously he's not going to win, right? He's kind of fat. And then there's this other guy who's got he's a black guy. He's got nice, like, polo long sleeve shirt. His face is kind, totally normal looking, right? Kind of big, like a big dude, but maybe like he's yoked or whatever. I'm into this guy. I realize that. But what I'm saying is I'm evaluating these men for this woman. He seems like a great woman. So I'm looking at him like, this guy, hopefully he's normal, right? Dude is totally normal, also works in IT. Every answer is like what a normal person would say, articulate, he wins. She immediately voted off the guy that was like, you know, I will fuck her or whatever the fuck, you know, like the guy with the weird clothes because he's too old.
What's your favorite color? Pussy.
Yeah. My favorite color is whenever I show her on our first date. What does that mean? So so she votes him off, and the whole thing was fun, but mainly just laughing at that one loser guy. Because when you see a guy that sucks that much, you're like, I'm actually kind of cool. Yeah. You know, like,
it is inspiring.
Yeah, you're like, there are people like that. God, I hope he's okay. You know, like, this is just. Maybe there are people nicer than me that will treat him with respect. I certainly won't. This is the guy like I fucking would rub my shoe off on, right? If I had like Christ, like
obviously that's the most fucking 1800s thing I've ever heard you say, dude.
Unfuckable loser. But I obviously I wouldn't rub my shoe off.
Right? Yeah.
But I think about it, and he deserves it. He'd probably be like, "Thank you." Mm-hmm. You know, so the ding part was fun, and you know, if I was half Bolivian and half Iranian, and there was a comedian who was very famous, had a bunch of viral videos, same kind of thing, from the same area as me, it would be hard to think I wouldn't be a fan, right? So he has an appeal. He's been able to get very popular on YouTube, Netflix, and all the industry people don't give a fuck about him.
You know the beautiful thing about Maximini, I'm not making a joke now, is that he doesn't need to whore out to social media, and he has millions of followers, dude. And he's not even Bolivian. Gross. He's not. No, he's Iranian. Like, they're cousins.
Oh, they're cousins. They're not. Okay. Well,
He's so fucking funny, too.
yeah, I mean, it was fun to go to a comedy show again and see that.
I mean, you went to a dating show. You didn't go to a comedy.
No, there was definitely stand-up dating. Like, all the things that I notice about that I hate is probably things that I've noticed about myself. It's not, for neither one of the performers, it's just not there yet, if it ever will be. But it's just not, they don't have the thing, and it's difficult. When you get into that conversation, you start sounding like, Joe Rogan and Pedestrian Civilian, they just don't get it. But stand-up comedy is very hard to be actually good at it. He is different, right? So neither of them are there. They're still working it out, and I wish them well. I wouldn't pay to see them, but
Wow.
yeah,
I mean, wishes only get you so far, you know what I mean?
yeah,
If only fucking NASCAR drivers could use wishes to fill up their gas tank, you know what I mean?
right.
I don't believe him. I don't think he's gonna make it. He should quit now.
I don't know. I mean, he's making a living off it, right?
No. What kind of living is that, dude?
I have no idea.
Yeah. Wow, rough.
I guess it depends on how many wholesome baddie crop tops he sells.
Yeah.
Because I bought 5. He got at the end of it, he's like, all right, so we got this merch, right? And you give one out for free. And he's like, what do you got? There was one guy that was in the audience from the Department of Defense who you asked about, and that guy was hilarious.
Yeah.
He was going on, I was like, well, I don't know.
Oh,
Like,
the Department of War.
yeah, he said that. He goes, well, it's Department of Defense. It's got another name now. And he's like trailing off. And that's where Martin was kind of good at Crowder. He was like, oh, really? Another name? Because he knows what the other name is. What is it? Kind of getting him. Was like, Secretary of War. Like just mumbling in. Then there was another white guy. And he was like, who do you blame for this? And, if you were there, it was funny because he was like, I think we should blame Thomas. Because this other white guy. And I was like, damn, the audience is killing it. They are on fire tonight. But yeah, so that's another credit to him. His crowd, some of them are very smart. Others were not so much. There was one guy that was like low key threatening Martin a little bit. That was another thing that was funny that happened. Martin was talking about like ice, and this drunk Latino dude in the crowd was like, "Oh, you can't talk about that. You can't talk about that, Martin." And he was like, "What do you mean I can't talk about it?" He's like, white people are here. And Martin was like, what are you talking about? And he's like, well, white people are in ICE. He's like, no, you don't understand. The guy was saying like that ICE was going to hurt Martin Amini, I guess. So while this was happening, I so wanted to take a shit, but I didn't get up because I knew if I got up there, I'd be like, there he is, he's the ICE guy. And I was like, that would be kind of funny though, dude, on a viral clip of me being called ICE. Maybe I should have done that. That was a failed opportunity. And I apologize to the show for that. It should have been part of the show. I should have made myself part of the show. If my girl wasn't there, maybe I could have tried to be the single guy. I would never do that. But
Yeah, dude. I wanted to comment on something earlier in the show where we didn't get a chance to just update to the audience. I know you wanted to also tell them this.
Yeah.
You haven't taken my Vance outside of doing the podcast.
Oh, yeah, I should have mentioned. Today is my second day of bike dance. Because the last episode was my first, and this is my second. You guys are numbers guys. I took it today. I still don't really see much. It didn't help me that much. But maybe after taking more, maybe I'm on low dose. My blood pressure, though, did go down this time. So that's good.
That's good.
Yeah, so I don't think it affects my blood pressure. Knock on wood.
What did you eat for Christmas?
How much time you got? This is the unhealthiest period of my life. When I was mentioning how my blood pressure went down, it actually the first day back it was way up before the finance because of what I had been eating. Speaking of coffee cake, which I wasn't thinking of, but I had a giant coffee cake.
Thinking of coffee cake.
Thinking of coffee cake. my parents, they got this big coffee cake from Heidelberg Bakery. Ever heard of it? I ate it all. And then I was like, you guys want the rest of this coffee cake? And I take it with them. They're like, yeah, take please. They don't want all this food. So I took it. I ate it on the plane. There was some left over. And I was like, well, Diet starts Monday. I literally said that. I meant it. I was like, I got to eat it tonight on Sunday night. So I ate it. That was my last hurrah. But, coffee cake, steak, chocolate, donuts, cookies. Anything you can think of, dude. I fucking force-fed myself that shit. Nachos at the club. Pretzels at the club.
All right, so here we go. First of all, one thing first, tell people what's on the ground right there, dude.
Presents?
It's a bag. It's a gift bag full of bimbo bread. That's what it is, dude. It's bimbo bread, dude.
I know bimbo bread.
Gancitos, fucking pound cake. Did I eat a whole pound cake last night? I don't know. You be the judge, dude.
Okay, so you're on my same wavelength.
For last night I was. I was up till 4 in the morning.
Bag of bread.
Eating a bag of bread. And anyway, second thing. What was the second thing? I forget. But it was important.
Gordo's bag of bread. He said, look at the floor. What's in there?
Yeah. Oh, I should have said the second thing first because that's always on my mind.
Bimbo bread.
My brain just got taken
Yo,
away.
what up, Zoot?
Right.
Oh, fuck. You said something. Oh, God.
Zoot, I have a quick question for you. Are you ready to lose?
I have a quick question for you.
All right, go ahead.
Is it 2026 and anywhere in the world yet?
Yeah.
Where?
Let's see here.
Today's going to be a historic day. Do you know why?
Hold on.
Do you know why today is a historic day?
Why, big dog? Oh,
Because
Zoot.
we get
Zoot.
we get
Zoot.
we get to experience 2026 in Australia, and then we get to experience it in the US.
Right. No, 7 minutes and it'll be
2026.
yeah. At least in some parts of the United States. Technically Midway Island, which is like way far away, but
He is Abraham. How's your New Year's Eve gone?
so far so good. I figured out how to post video on Twitter, live video on Twitter, which I think is baller as fuck. So people can watch me as I shill simultaneously. I think that's probably the coolest shit of all time. It is, and
That's all I spoke to.
who did you speak to, Zoo?
Future wife.
Who's that?
You know who it is.
I don't know who the fuck you're saying.
The one that lives near you.
Oh, you gonna marry that bitch?
She's coming here next year. Well, this year. Oh, yeah. This.
Did you see her naked today?
Not coming.
Oh, nice, dog. All right, so are you ready to lose?
But
Zoot. I don't give a flying fuck about anything you say right now until you tell me yes or no, are you ready to lose? Then I want to hear everything that you have to say.
yeah, okay. Ready to lose.
There you go, baby. Okay, now tell
So
me all about
I
everything.
I asked her, I was like, all right, you want to, she was like, all right, you come here, you watch me do stand up, and then said, I'll do stand up, but you have to get up on stage. And then she said, yep, she's down for it.
All right. Is she funny?
I don't know. Maybe.
You've known this bitch for like a long time. Wouldn't you know that she's funny or not?
People can be funny but terrible on stage.
That's true. Zoot, did you watch Kill Tony this week?
Yeah.
You
But
did?
she does have stage experience, so she might be good.
What is she, a stripper?
No, I didn't watch it. She's done singing before.
Oh, that's tight. Did you see me just make a hole in one, B? Match me. Match me. I made a hole in one?
Yeah, I did.
Was it a 10 of 10?
Yeah. It's just that's not the most impressive hole to make a hole in one.
Oh, for sure. No way. But I did it.
Oh, did you see how bad that shot was?
Dude, that was an amazing shot. That was an amazing shot.
You know what was an amazing shot? Because you can't hit me in the tar, and I can't hit you in the tar.
Exactly. That was amazing.
That wasn't bad. You have a difficult shot. That was a 10.
Zoot, you're down 2-3.
I
Oh,
think you're playing a 10 out of 10 game right now, to be honest. Maybe 9 out of 10 because you can do that other 1 and 2 shots.
yeah, you're right.
That's a 9 out. That's a 9 out of 10.
No, it's maybe even
Mate,
better. Are you serious that didn't go? Yeah, that's an 8.
why did you tell me to go 69? It's not 69.
I always say 69 when people ask me a question about a number. It's like Unk version. It's like Unk version of 6-7.
What's 6-7?
It's a meme.
Yeah, but what does it mean?
It means like okay.
6-7 adds up to 13.
Okay. Hey, look, Zoot. Wait, Zoot. Zoot, there was you knocked out a hole. Look, there's a special spot you could have gone through, but you fucked up. Do you see it?
Yeah. That would have helped. Rabbi, it's your turn.
Yeah, baby.
Rabbi, you won. You won.
I know.
So, Rabbi, I'm learning things about stand-up.
What are you learning about Zoot?
Unless you got a following, it's very hard to talk about. There's 3 things that you don't really want to talk about early in your career unless you got a following.
I bet there's more than that. What are those?
Suicide.
Yeesh. No one, even if you have a fucking fan base, they don't want to hear you talk about that.
Suicide. Molestation.
Dog, no one wants to hear that. No one wants to hear that. If Dave Chappelle talked about that, everyone would be freaked out. They go to these shows to have a good time, not to be reminded about the sad shit in the world.
I mean, Dave Chappelle has talked about molestation and suicide before.
Not his own. That's a miss, Zoot. Zoot, you're down 0.
Homicide
You're down 0-1.
at none. And just, yeah, there's more things like you can't talk about like racism as well. Like
Well,
you can't be racist or
Yeah, you
homophobic.
you absolutely can.
You know what? I watched Stranger Things, the last episode, and they made it like, oh, they try to shock everyone by one of the main characters being gay.
Will.
You know what? Yeah, I say we should just like, for a little bit, we should bring back homophobia. Just for a little bit.
Are you gonna make this shot?
Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. We should bring back homophobia for a little bit.
Why is that, big dog? Why?
They got it too easy.
Gay people have it too easy?
Yeah, it's not like it used to be.
All right. Well, what did it used to be?
Discrimination, cancellation.
And you
It
think?
used to be very hard to be gay.
And you think good?
No.
So then, should we go back to that?
Because it makes. Sometimes I talk just to talk, right?
Yeah, you do. I tell you that all the time. You just flap your fucking lip. Zoot, watch this shot. Oh. Dog. I keep making a mistake and giving you a really good opportunity to stop. Your ball needs to stop. Stop. Are you fucking serious? Zoot. Don't make it. That was some bullshit. Zoot, what are your thoughts on this shot? Oh, no. Zoot, you have a chance to win. Zoot, you have a chance to win. Go in the water.
Should I be worried when she watches my video I sent her of me doing stand-up?
Yeah, because you're not funny.
No. The one I sent you with the... Not the one where I bombed. Everyone bombs.
Yeah. Should you be worried? No, I think she'll find it sexy.
Do you?
Yeah, I mean, it shows you have confidence to get on stage, so that's cool as fuck.
It's not easy. It's not an easy thing to do.
No, it's not. And I'm proud of you that you do it. I'll tell you this, and I'm just gonna be honest with you. You of 10 jokes that you make, I think one of them might be funny. Maybe. You and I have different, because I feel like you should be, for me to consider you funny, 9 out of 10 things that you say need to be funny for me. And so the video that you sent me, what was the joke that you said in there that people laughed at?
Which one?
The one you sent me that you sent to her. What joke was it? What series of jokes?
Oh, it was that it was the one that got it was at the end of the video, and it was, I think there should be a homicide hotline, and then it was like, what was it? There should be a homicide hotline, because if you call up the suicide hotline, the first thing you hear is this may be recorded for training and research purposes. That's the last thing you want to hear when you call up the homicide hotline, because it's way too obvious. Now, Jeffrey Epstein, let's be real, he didn't call up the suicide hotline, but he called up the wrong hotline. He should have called up the homicide hotline. But if he did call up the suicide hotline, he would be like, you would be like, and you were the suicide hotline provider, you'd be like, yeah, I know I shouldn't be thinking this, but I kind of think you should do it. And then he would start telling you about all the connections he had, and then you'd be like, go on. And then he would start telling you about what they did, and you'd be like, are you trying to get us both killed?
Okay, hit the ball, dog. Hit the
Yeah,
ball.
that one.
Okay.
People laughed at that.
Yeah, they did. I know. Yeah, I think that joke sucks. It had a really good premise, though, and I told you this. Oh, Zoot, that was a great shot. And I told you, I mean, again, our idea of jokes are funny. You like to shit in the punch bowl. You like to make a nice big punch bowl full of punch, and then you like to take a big shit in it. Meaning, you make people laugh and they enjoy it, but then you say something that's really weird and creepy, and it puts people on edge. Now, some people may like that, but I'm just saying it's not like 90% of people. It's only 10% of people. But nevertheless,
Comedy's subjective.
so is,
Like I could,
so is beauty, and generally people don't think ugly ass fucks are that attractive. Generally. Oh, so what was that?
who's an ugly ass fuck? Who's an ugly ass fuck?
I don't want to make anybody feel bad, so I'm not gonna say anybody's ugly, but there are just cases where no way, Zoot. No way, Zoot. What are you doing? Zoot, what are you doing?
You know, I'll tell you something about when I went to high school, right?
Tell me what you want to tell me, baby. Zoot.
So there was this, I used to sit in this seat in high school in my home group room, right? Now, like I swear, like she would have been a 10 out of 10. Like she was the most beautiful woman, beautiful girl I ever seen, right?
Was she hotter than? Was she hotter than that
She
Polish?
was.
Was she hotter than the
Sorry?
Polish teacher? Was she hotter than the Polish teacher?
Serbian teacher.
Serbian teacher. Was she hotter than that Serbian teacher?
Alright, Serbian teacher probably had a better body that made her attractive, but like her facial features were just fucking flawless.
All right.
Like her facial features were just flawless, and like her hair was like perfect.
Dude.
Right?
Yep.
She had dark black hair and like jet black hair, and she was just perfect. Okay.
Okay.
She used to sit behind me in class. Like I had the biggest crush on her. But yeah, she, even though I found her attractive, no one else at the school really talked about her at all, because like she wasn't part of the popular group, and a lot of the girls there weren't really that attractive. They were just popular.
Right.
But she was fucking stunning. I was like, this girl doesn't make any sense. This girl isn't part of the popular group. Right?
Right.
She is beautiful.
Okay.
But she was kind of a bitch.
Oh, well, that's why.
No, she kind of came off as a bitch. She wasn't a bitch. She kind of came off as a bitch, right?
She sounds like she's kind of a bitch.
No. All right, let me finish this story. So, I thought, because I moved school, I thought that she didn't like me at all, right?
Right.
Like, right? And one day, when I'm 19, like 5 years later, I haven't seen this girl in 4 or 5 years, right?
Right.
She goes to my friend's house. My friend's a weed that was selling weed at the time. My best friend, real life that I still say. They're selling weed today. Her, right? And we had a conversation for the first time, like real conversation for the first time. And I was like, I didn't think you really liked me at school. Like, and she was just like, no, you're just really quiet, and I can come across as a bitch. But like, when she saw me, you look so different. Like, her jaw dropped. She was like, you know, you definitely like gotten better looking since high school, and that was like made me feel really good, yeah. But it was, yeah, it was just like a weird experience, like, because for the whole time she fucking hated me in school. It was just that she kind of came off as a bitch.
Dude, that was an amazing shot. Dude, I just had one of the best shots you've ever seen.
I'll tell you something.
Tell me whatever you want, Zoot.
I feel like she didn't like me because I wasn't popular. Like, that's the thing. Sometimes beauty is based on popularity. That's what you see with a lot of celebrities. Like, some of them aren't that attractive. They're just popular. Right?
Right. That's true.
But at the same time, one of her best friends came up to me. Like, one of her best friends came up to me, and, you know, like, I ignored her at the time. So I was very shy. And I feel bad about this, but I was only 15 years old, so you can't judge me on this. But she came up to me, and I never had a conversation with her. I never had a conversation with her at all, really. But she was trying to say, like, about 2 weeks or a week before, she came up and was just saying, like, said my name and said, hello, hey, and just waved at me. And then I was just like, I didn't really think about anything of it. And then one of her friends came up to me with her, and then she told me that she liked me. And then I just kind of ghosted her the rest of the time I was at school, which was like probably probably been 4 or 5 weeks before I left that school, because I wish I didn't leave that school, but I got into a fight. My mum wanted me to go to another school, and I went to a school for little crackheads, but I wish I didn't go to that school because some of the people I hanged out with made me make some really fucking bad choices that still traumatize me to this day. But this girl was so fucking sweet, had the confidence to come up to me with her friend and tell me that she liked me, and I just ghosted her. Right?
Okay.
That's kind of a cruel thing to do. Like, because at that age, right? At that age, having a crush on someone, like, fucking, like, you just think about them all the time. Right? I'm sure, like, when you were, like, 14, 15, you had a crush on, like, in high school, you had a crush on a girl, and you just think about it all the time. It's probably the same thing for her, but more intense, right?
We weren't around girls, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. You went to a boys' school?
It was like my school had a girls, like, there's a girls' school and then a boys' school essentially, and so we had separation. But I know what you're saying. I mean, I get it. It would have driven you nuts, and it would have made you very much want to be with her, and it would have made it really hard, I think, to be able to focus on stuff, right?
Yeah, so I had the crush on the girl that she was kind of friends with that didn't like me, and I thought I was ugly. Like, I've always thought I was ugly when I was a girl. Like I had acne, but it was like very mild. Like at that age, you think it's more severe than it is, because like kids are just picking on you because you get mild acne, and like not everyone at school has acne, but it was very mild acne. Like it was very mild. I had like one. I started this school year with like one like giant pimple on my like chin. Wouldn't have been the most attractive thing, but the acne kind of cleared up the next year, and like I was, I don't know. I was still self-conscious about like my skin. Thought I was ugly at the time. So when this girl came up to me and said that she liked me, I was kind of thought like she was kind of trolling me a bit. So I regret like just like not like going up to her and be like, even though I wasn't attracted to her, because she was like she had like, I don't know, like freckles, wasn't really my type. I regret like not, like just asking and just being like, well, because like no one at the school really liked me. Like I feel like she was like the only one that really cared, right? And then to make it worse, like this is where like why I'm telling you this story, right? Because there was another kid that like he was the ugliest thing that you've ever fucking seen, right? He was like he kind of like had like monkey face and like ears that like like coming like ears that just didn't match the proportion of someone's face. Like it was just like it's hard to explain how ugly he was. And like I'm not gay, but that man was like ugly, right? And he had a crush on her, so because she had a crush on me, he turned on me and turned all his friends against me and just started like he was angry all the fucking time because this girl had a crush on me, which wasn't my fault. And because I've never even had a conversation with this girl, so it wasn't really my fault. And he just turned all his friends against me, and I was getting school like all the time because of this cunt.
That
People
sucks.
started making up rumors about me, and it was just fucked, right?
Yeah, that sucks.
It was all right. So
I know what you're saying. I know what I've got you. You all right, big dog?
Yeah.
Okay. So did you ever make up with the guy who was a dick to you?
no,
You never did?
I got into a fight with him where he left a scar on my face that's sucked. But here's the thing, right? This girl, and I did this girl recently, is why I bring it up. This girl was probably the nicest girl I've ever fucking met in my life. I died. And he was probably the biggest dick I've ever met in my life. Like, and someone like that never deserved a girl like that. Someone like that deserves to be like me.
Deserves to be like you?
No. Someone like that deserves to be lonely and resent. Someone like that deserves to be as ugly as they are.
Okay. And that's how you feel?
Yeah, because I mean, imagine you go to school and everyone hates you because someone hates you, and people are starting rumors against you because a girl likes you, and someone, a girl likes you, which you can't control.
Yeah. That sucks. I get it. But I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I get
Well,
it.
the funny thing is, like when I was 15 as well, 15, I climbed up on the roof of like a primary school, elementary school, we call it. I climbed up on the roof and I was like, just graffitiing shit, vandalizing. I'm a terrible job. I was bored with my friends that were just like running shit on the rooftop because we're bored. And I fell off the roof, and the security guards came and they arrested us. And as I'm walking to the cop car, I see the girl with a crush on me.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, and I look her dead in the eye, and it was just a weird experience. But I did see her recently, and we laughed about it. So
All right, well, that's good. All right, big dog. How long till it's here for you?
12 a.m.
No, how long?
2 hours.
All right, big dog. Well, I will let you enjoy that, my friend.
You going off to sleep?
I'm going to sleep. I'm pretty tired. So, you always talk about time travel with me. You already live in the future, Zoot.
Time travel?
Yeah, you always talk about time travel but you already live in the future. What are your thoughts on that, Zoot? Of living in the future. You already live in the future, big man. Zoot.
All right, Rabbi,
Yeah, baby.
you still there?
I think so. Yeah.
We can talk about wormholes and multiverse sometime if you want.
All right, that sounds like a plan. But not right now, big dog, because I am going to sleep. Nighty night, my friend. Take care, big dog.
You can access wormholes in your sleep if you try hard.
I'm going to try right now. Nighty night, Zoot.
All right, so coffee cake, dude. I go to these meetings, you know.
Look at this athleticism.
Showing up for like 4 months, you know. That wouldn't be a big deal, you know what I mean? Rest in power. But they started coming back. This person would bring coffee cakes every week because they work at a coffee shop.
Damn, that's crazy. I just found out I'm an alcoholic.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. And so like they started coming back again, and oh my god, dude. And the first go around, they weren't talking about like heating up the coffee cake. You know what I mean? But this time when they came back, dude, it's different, dude. They said like throw it in the microwave for X amount of time. Do that, dude. It's incredible. Oh my! I mean, I never done it before.
I'm not a fan. My dad kept harassing me that he was like, it's better in the microwave. I'm like, get out of my face.
You like it dry, just dry and cold. Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm just an open-minded person. I understand you're contempted prior to investigation. You know,
I know what it tastes like. That's something I have. I am there flicking my dad off. Like, that's what you get. What'd you say about the microwave? Fuck you. I'm eating the coffee cake. Don't need to wait. I need to make it more. Like cookies, that's different. Sometimes you need to wait.
Yeah.
But a coffee cake's not necessary. Donuts, disgusting.
That's the other thing, dude. My mom was making cookies, dude. Like, what the fuck? She was making chocolate chip cookies, homemade, like from scratch, and then she made fucking snickerdoodles.
Right.
You know what I mean? I don't feel comfortable saying that word, but it was so delicious every day of the week. Pozole, tamales, chorizo burritos, dude. That was the extent of my fucking diet, and I have so much stuff left in the freezer and the fridge right now, dude.
Yeah, well, it's the holidays. That's what I tell myself, you know, when you get back, eat a little different. Just make sure you have a bag of bimbo bread with you at all times.
Oh, yeah. And then now I got bimbo up the ass, dude. I was trying to give you some, but you on this new kick of, like, I'm not going to eat that shit.
No, I can't take any of that. I'm trying to, slow it down for a little bit. Get back in line.
Yeah, I should have taken advantage of the fucking holidays.
Yeah, shipped it to me.
I'm going to be up till fucking midnight on New Year's Eve eating bimbos, dude.
I guess I know. I mean, that's still technically not the New Year, so you can keep fucking. Because on New Year's, I'll probably eat a little unhealthy.
Diet starts 2026, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the other thing. Something very funny somebody pointed out to me this week is that it's gonna be raining in LA on New Year's Eve, which is kind of awesome, dude. Because there can't be no fireworks.
Ooh. Whoa.
Isn't that fucking pretty dope, dude?
Yeah, if they cancel out, that would be nice. I don't really want to hear the fireworks.
I honestly, every time New Year's comes around, I'll make all the plans in the world, dude. I'll be like, oh yeah, we're gonna go, dude. There's a sick ass thing that's sick, and I want to sick and fucking go do that shit, dude. Let's do New Year's.
Yeah.
And then when the night comes, I'm like, I don't want to do jack shit. I just want to stay home. It's the one day I can stay home and not do anything.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at now. Plus, like, I think to have good New Year's, you have to be kind of cool. I'm not cool.
I'm not cool at all.
Yeah, I've not had fun New Year's. Oh man, I fucked that night, dude. I've made out with so many chicks, and like, yeah, it's the best night of my life. No, girls didn't want to talk. I left alone, had to go home sad.
Yep.
For almost every New Year's story, and that, or even there's been some times where people kick me out of the party because I'm so uncool.
Yeah, dude.
Who are you with? I'm like, no, we don't care. You're gone.
Dude, for me, I'm gonna kick it here and fucking balatro all night, dude. That's all I got going on. And if there's no fireworks, dude, it's like, is this the apocalypse? It's too perfect to be real. If there's gonna be no fireworks and New Year's Eve.
That's funny. I didn't really think about that. But yeah, you're right. That could make the perfect New Year's is where it's raining, so people can't enjoy themselves. I'm stuck in there.
And there's no fires in January. You know what I mean?
Oh, you think the fires come from that?
No, I think the fires because it wasn't raining. So like, it's gonna be dude. It's nonstop rain. Yeah. Dude, we got a great 2020. Dude, 2026, you're gonna be rich. I told you that, right? I've been telling everyone that.
Yeah.
People I don't even know, I'll just walk up to them, 2026, you're gonna be rich.
That's nice.
Now give me all your money.
Yeah. Bahamo.
What song was that?
I forget. Who cares?
Yeah.
Write it in the comments.
I've got a sick ass song coming up, dude. I think.
I'm excited.
You know what? We never do this, but that is different. Dallas, I'm not used to this. 18 to 36-year-old bros. That's my demographic. But that's also our demographic. Anyways, I was going to tell you, I'm thinking of a song, dude.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and this never works in real life, where I tell you a song and then you go, But London Calling by The Clash.
It's a good song.
Right? Austin Comedy, dude.
I like it. I like where that's going.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, a little preview.
I'm probably going to give up on it. I have like 13 other songs I wanted to do, but I gave up on all of them.
Well, you got to keep working to find the best.
Yeah.
Picasso didn't just draw once.
No, he asked Jay a bunch and then started drawing.
Yeah, 8 inches.
Mm-hmm. What else is there? Do you have anything else for us here today?
I don't know. Do we got voicemails?
I don't know if we got voicemail. I'll check that. But why is Saudi Arabia up there?
Oh, no, I was just that's another thing. I was like, another thing on Threads where I asked people, like, I said something about how, like, actually performing in Austin is worse than Saudi Arabia. And I think some people took that seriously, too.
Dude, I really like this Threads announce you're on, dude. Like,
oh, thank you.
It's really fun. Now I'll literally log into Threads to see if you posted yet.
Oh, wow, what a compliment.
And imagine what America's thinking.
And I didn't do anything except for one that bombed. Because if you're too wordy or sincere, then it gets nothing.
Oh, that was something I wanted to bring up earlier. That's why I pulled my phone out earlier. Was my thread that I tried to do in Cooney voice.
Okay.
And you liked it, and I sent it to you right when I posted it. My parents got me an autographed headshot of Andrew Schultz for Christmas. They called me daddy and slapped the couch. They're cringe.
See, I liked it.
Oh, but you got pointers.
I think it's like, that would be great on our Reddit or our show, but people may not know exactly where you're coming from with that.
I was just sharing what happened for me on Christmas. What are you talking about? I didn't create that, dude. That's something that happened to me, dude. Let's see here. We got 2 voicemails. Oh, shit. One of them is the guy that keeps leaving voicemails. Let's see what this is. If you want to leave us a voicemail, call us at our phone number. It's 775-557-8667. That's 775-557-TMOS. And we'll play it on the show just like this.
Hey, Merry Christmas, guys. Hope everyone has a great, happy holidays and stay safe.
Nice.
Shout out to all the track tabs. Shout out to you guys for putting the community together. Shout out to all the Reddit cooks, that glued the whole operation. And shout out to Papa. And Aaliyah and everyone else in their circle to give us endless entertainment. Praying for everyone for a new year, that everything goes great. Chances are my 2026 can't be worse than 2025. So 8 inches. Love you guys. Bye.
Nice. I would say don't say love you guys right after saying 8 inches.
I think a lot of people are on the agreement that 2026 can't be worse than 2025, and I hope that's true. There were definitely some things that were very difficult in 2025.
I agree, and I'm not gonna lie though. I was thinking about this earlier this week. Maybe because it's like October, November, December has gone really well for me.
Yeah.
2025 was not that bad, dude.
Yeah, it wasn't terrible. There are a lot of great things happened to me too, but I understand. I mean, there's a lot of things going on that are very troubling.
Yeah, the world's on fire, dude. But you know, your boy is eating more kiwis than he ever has. If you know what I'm saying, dude.
That's true. Focus on the positive. Glass half full.
Mm-hmm.
Who was that left that? Did they say?
I think it's Man Lehman. I'm not sure though. Yeah,
great guy there, man.
Shout out to you, dude. And let's see this one here. This one looks to be promising. Let's see.
Hey, Geraldo and Brandon. Calling from Brandon from New Jersey. It's been a couple years since I called. You guys still don't got no merch.
That's facts.
What the fuck is up with that? Daddy wants some merch, okay? He wants some merch. Everybody needs to know where his dad and I am. Okay? Alright, have a good holiday. Bye.
Remember the couple of weeks that we spent like berating people that weren't there? That we kept saying people weren't listening to the whole show or seeing the whole show.
Yeah.
Shout out to you guys that are watching right now. Tell us what you want us to do merch-wise. Maybe we'll do merch in 2026, dude.
Oh shit! I do have a merch connect.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. So if we ever want to do merch, we could ask that guy.
I'm down. I'm open to doing merch. I just don't think anybody wants it. But people keep saying we got no merch.
They always say that they want it, and that's like, are you gonna fucking buy it, dude?
I doubt it.
Yeah, because if we do that, then we're gonna have to fire.
It's also like, oh yeah, merch is a great idea, and then you look at the fucking whiteboard and you go like, what should we make? Like, no idea.
I think we got ideas.
Oh, like what? Tiny fridges? Oh, that's fucking hilarious.
That is actually really great.
Dude, 2026, dude. Guess what law went into effect in California, dude?
What?
The fucking, sorry for cussing, apartment landlords need to provide fridges. Should I hit up my landlord and be like, I need a bigger fridge?
Yeah.
Right?
You definitely need a bigger fridge.
Oh, not
by any means necessary.
Okay. But yeah, that's a new law that goes into effect 2026.
It's a law against having just that small.
No, dude, that's not what I'm saying. The landlords need to provide fridges.
Oh, well then, oh, really?
Yeah, and stoves. Wow. And I had to buy this fridge. That's why it's not as huge as I would want it to be. It's pretty big, but,
if a landlord provided you a smaller fridge, that'd be so funny. That'd be so fucking funny. But then when a landlord provides you a fridge and you're like, it's way big. It's so big. I was like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Do you think, and we'll end here, but do you think the audience would accept me with a bigger fridge?
Yeah, they would be happy for you. They almost don't accept me for this. This is embarrassing.
Oh, come on. You're pointing like this, like it's fucking huge. It's that big every time you point up there.
This is embarrassing, and it's part of the reason why people unsubscribe, because your fridge is so small. You have small shit. They like big stuff. Your fucking minuscule furniture is troubling.
Oh, well, hear me out, though, because these chairs are right size. Look at how much room I have right here.
I was shocked and, not appalled. I was happy to see that you didn't buy, like, miniature chairs. Or
nice.
It wasn't your first choice. You probably wanted to buy fucking stools.
And did I buy a Mac Mini? Yes. But what I was going to say is, do you think they'll make fun of me if I get a bigger fridge?
I think they'll be happy for you. You probably will never live down how small that fridge is. It's too funny not to make fun of.
I fucking hate that Mexican dude that painted my walls, dude.
He was just trying to help you, dude.
Yeah. Well, he was tiny, so he was short as
that makes it even smaller. He was small. He was like, whoa, that shit.
Alrighty, well, that's it for us, guys. Have a great rest of your days.
See you next week.
Bye.
I was thinking about the first time like Congress had to come up with age of consent. It had to be like the powdered wigs or something. It had to be a rough day for the fellas. It's like some guy coming up first, like from Rhode Island, 12. And I was like, ew, no, dude. I don't know why I have to go first on this one.
Of men, right? The larger category of soccer. In the rest of Torah, soccer was soccer. Even if it's soccer, soccer only suckers. All soccer is really those who are like one of those male and their chauffeurs, and then this of the those traffic, these are the
What is this bullshit?
He was thrown out by his owner because he was peeing all over the place. Persians sometimes have that kind
Look
of
at
problem.
this athleticism.
It's about as far as you can get from feral cats.
Look at this move.
Cats, any cat, if he doesn't want to be seen, won't be seen. Feral cats are very, very, very talented.
Up in the clips, these cats are homeless.
Walk into my truck, shop where the chicks them suck got. Drink out your looking and live back. Like those on the podcast, you laugh at and wherever your chef sat. The bride make your girlfriend real quick, sweet nectar, drink this. Them only come and hate. Didn't call me 3C's with the diet cookers, fun companions, and friends with the men job broken. Adios for the real hardcore, cause Dallas and the landlord, the trucks keep it decking, they got to. There's no laws to save you, make them flip you, unless you're wearing a sunlight too. A man go dipping, not showing big brown man, stop laughing, say please dip it. Mr. Homo, pop off and them start dipping. With a bit of love, stop and need some shrimp scampi. Master lawyers, they want and them stop unique. If you wanted to hurt me, you got me, brother. It dropped like a fat Georgie. So rip your neck off if you still talk shit. Brendan Sharp's my promo code. Welcome to Dick Town. Short people can do that random. Security guard is frightened. He must love know some. Them keto don't like Mexican. Now the Marines are card. Who invites him to college? Say all these things and they hurt me. To see the shadow bandit sick me. Lawsuit don't fit me. Them no career with the beach. I'm not used to this Dallas, y'all. Come let's get racist. Them barber and them doctors Asian. And most of them don't speak English. And me needs Fauci. And me don't touch temple. That need them food names. That no chance at all. And that's why I'm offered to take a once a week from me. With the special gringo pop it passing 2 million. And at the end I ain't touching the back of mayonnaise bucket. On who leave comments and them 3 emojis. They will cook you up a brisket like that dear Rogan. Them a truck with no mouth, how many chicks you freak. And from now on 300 pages don't stop you up in. If them go down to town, they move to more. One of my guys. Get a truck and pay on. I've got my kid on the practice, y'all. On down the roads, Dallas. Going through the homies, you know how much more fun we would have? Oh my god, dude. We like play video games all day, work out. At night we fuck each other. This guy's a fun, bro. So we're gonna play video games, bro. It's not the right favorite time of the week when you get near Papa try to speak. Release surprises today.
Welcome back to 10 Minutes to Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. On the Patreon, you get early access of this show. But that is not why you're here, Daddy. They're here to watch 10 Minutes to Shop. So let's go ahead and start the timer. Play the chin clip.
Alrighty, dude. As you can tell, I'm ready to...
I bet Mr. Whole Foods.
I'm sorry. How dare you, dude?
I'm an asshole.
I was just going to say I'm ready to fucking name the waters, dude.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, look at my hat. I got my Name the Waters hat.
That's the new.
Oh, yeah, dude. That hat is perfect for
Yeah.
that show, dude. You're in the Thick Boy Waters, man.
I got the Thick Boy Jelly Donut on my shirt, dude, and I'm ready to name the waters.
How deep are you in the waters?
Oh, I could show you exactly how deep I am, dude. By the way, this is 100% serious. I'm far too deep.
10 toes down.
I'm balls deep into the water.
Balls deep.
Swear to God.
I forgot about balls deep.
Dude, look at, this redactedness I made.
Oh, yeah, this is one of the greatest things.
This is something I posted on Chang's. I posted it. I didn't.
You just posted it yourself?
I posted it myself.
I didn't know that you did that.
Yeah, so I was like, dude, I worked way too long one night making Joe Rogan hump over and over again with the carne asada thing. And it wasn't even that made me want to post it, dude. You know what made me want to post it, dude? What? Is this moment at the end where I have Joe Rogan singing carne asada.
Oh, let's check it out.
Right here, dude. that right there, dude. I was like, I'm posting this shit. You know what I mean?
Chains just makes like art, you know, it's like it makes you want to do art and go deeper. You're like, you get into it and you're like, how do I make Joe Rogan sing the song that I'm editing? You know, that's what I bet a lot of chefs can relate to you.
Yeah.
You're a chef pretty much now. It still don't matter, obviously, but
I never said I mattered, but
Bobby Lee is one of my closest friends. Me and Bobby talk all. No one's been more supportive when I.
You can just let it go. But I never said I mattered, but I do appreciate the kind words people are saying. And guess what, dude? I never thought I would like working the fryers. You know?
Oh yeah.
But I will say I do enjoy it. And does anybody understand? Doesn't matter.
No, doesn't count.
Yeah, doesn't count.
No, yeah, no. I mean, I saw the comments too. I mean, of course, I never read them, but I saw them, and they were so nice.
Yeah.
I don't know if we talked about this before, but I want to thank the Reddit. What they say about you guys is not true. You know, I mean, sure, some of you are evil. You know, like, but most of you are good guys. What does he say?
They're all sad. We're all sad.
You're all sad, and like a lot of you, it's because like, look, we get it. Like Brennan Shaw, he's a fighter, and like he owns a bunch of trucks. We've heard all that. Okay, he can give trucks away, and he's got a big house in Texas.
Got him big down here.
Huge, like Adonis. And listen, I get it. He was in the NFL and all that stuff, but at the end of the day, it's like you guys are haters and you don't count.
And he's on Vivance.
Yeah.
So,
What are you gonna do, Nate?
What are you gonna do, Nate? I start saying that to people when they piss me off. It doesn't matter what their name is. What are you gonna do, Nate?
I do want to say thank you to the moderators because they've been highlighting my shit every week, dude.
Oh, I thank them every week.
So now I know when I do a bad song because they're not gonna highlight it.
Oh fuck.
But shout out to you guys. And so the first post we got here is posted by DJ Join, and it's an opinion piece. First time I've seen an opinion piece on Chang's, dude. An op-ed.
Right.
Opinion. I can't be the only one. You want to read this here?
Okay.
Go for it.
Mexican is ruining this. Making fun of Baba is what united us all. He is a unique regard, completely delusional, with an unbelievable amount of moments, feeling in epically embarrassing ways. He gives the chefs in this kitchen the finest ingredients to cook delicious dishes for all of us to enjoy. Mexican, on the other hand, has absolutely nothing unique about her. She's unbelievably boring and pedestrian. I can appreciate the chefs in the menu, but you just can't create the same level of flavors using quality produce and ingredients. Like many, I've enjoyed this for years, but it's been hard to keep coming back regularly, only to see more and more of her moon face in the feed. It feels like I'm now eating a day-old grocery store deli Chinese food that's been marked down to get rid of it.
Yeah, dude. I couldn't have said it better myself.
You think this?
Yes. I mean, this is probably one of the reasons why we stopped doing this weekly, because the amount of Mexican.
Yeah. Let me tell you something.
What,
you ready?
Spicy.
Dude, what are you doing, bro?
Here's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I understand what this chef is doing. What he's doing is smart. He's playing 4D chess. Okay? You and me, we're the same guy. We don't want to see Mexican on the sub, not because we have a problem with Mexican. There's not a Mexican problem here.
It's the least problem.
The issue is that we don't want to see her get destroyed on the sub because she's a family person. She's like a family member. We prefer not to see his family strung out in the comments, you know? Like, we don't want to see his wife and children, like, you know. So what he's doing...
She didn't fight the heavyweight class. She can't take it.
True, yeah. She's not the one flipping drugs or, you know, selling drugs.
She didn't get a 1.1 on IMDb.
No, she didn't have anything to do with the Gringo Poppy other than probably lies. Like, crop out the uglies. And
her mother-in-law reported to me.
Her mother-in-law speaks no English whatsoever. We're always trying to tell her.
It's Tito, bitch!
But, you know, it's 40. He's just trying to be like, hey, let's stop doing it all the time, right? Because we want to focus on the podcast. We discuss the podcast here. I don't particularly enjoy having to, like, tiptoe around memes of her ass, you know?
Yeah, when I'm in the break room, I don't want to see girls' ass, dude. You know, I just want to work at P.F. Chang's, Daddy.
That's a damn lie.
You're right.
I mean, come on now. What do you?
I guess that makes me big old.
Actually, that's not what I want.
I guess that means me. Tater tot, what's up, baby?
But anyways, you get it. Yeah. We get it. Man. She's great. She's the best person I ever met.
Okay, let's see. We got here another one. This is posted by Carnival Bum. It's called "We're Getting Close." Hey, close to what? I may ask.
Your porn.
Exactly.
OF.
Showing my man goodbye before he goes to work, thinking he didn't see me, and you know. She's thick.
Influencer, I mean, I guess it's just a thing to do when you're an influencer. You do these kinds of things.
Yeah.
Is it my cup of tea? No. I like
Wiggles and Joe.
Yeah, because
all that shit.
This next one's posted by Lumbambao. I forgot how to say that, but shots fired at Rapist. Who's that? Let's see.
I'm with Herb that I'm not necessarily in favor of automatic point deductions. I think that can cause some problems that we don't necessarily want. My issue is they should be much more willing to pull the trigger on a point deduction. And the idea that, like, oh, the problem here is guys are just moving their heads into people's fingers does not strike me as the strongest analysis I've ever heard. So I'm kind of between Herb and then between Jokester.
No, I'm opposite Herb on this. It's like, that's why we made a rule that guys just can't take their piece out in front of chicks, like casually, randomly, unless you're Brian Callen, because, like, it doesn't matter the accidental intent or no. You all.
That's the randomness of it.
it was out. But now because they're precise, we're going to feed in a level of precision into their precise feeding. So based on that, we're going to place it. Notice says, shall what even utility or general capital uses, you would do it when you can save someone from death. That's the general knowledge of the system. So you're going to come now and keep on doing the next one. We're going to read the original way that comes to that. Differently, there are other poets and shows customers. According to the I wanted to just, I don't know, the whole agency does. They said, you don't know what your achievement sector was, you're out. You don't know what your global sector is, you're out. You don't know what training was, you're out. Yet the ethos, I mean, the training was the ethos, yet ethos, over in San Diego, for example. What color of clothing was the regular wearing? I don't know. I know it's hour as well as during leg, and with the large Halacha says that you have to go ahead and do this is enough the event. Have the time to see the event occurred and once and error as well. So just up the threshold for Hazama, but it's still starts like that. Like in area, we can make it outside from again. It's like a beginner. Never in a lot of like you can like see ultimately again. Margin of error said, right, margin of error. So the Rabbi, the Rabbi leaves everything. That was going to get Rabbi, and what's more expensive. According to Rabbi, still they can get there first making a mistake of up to 2 hours. Plus an option. So we get 2 hours minus second. Therefore, again, the Tila still goes involved because if they ever reach back it up even more. Because if you make a mistake of 2 hours as a kid, but really again from the beginning of the 5th hour, people reach that. So remember, I'm here only speaking up to the 6th hour. Hey, now it is up the Zach Carlisle. 5th hour, ultimately, again, the sun is the 7th hour. The Alexa, the sun is the west. So all there is something in the Bible that is very Mark, Yehoki, the shit's not good. Second, that means if it was a situation, the Oraisa public speaking, really was technically the beginning of the 7th hour of the day. The sun is in the west. So the sun is in the west. Well, that's the case for the mayor. Why do you stop from its way at the beginning of the 6th hour? When people eat through the 6th hour, we all think the shit's funny. They go, shit's going to the 6th hour. That's very interesting. The 6th hour, the sun is sky. It's sky. What's it? Rich sky. And there will be. So because of that, ultimately, again, Rabbi wanted to go back. They want to go back. Rabbi, I'll leave it at that. It was a Rabbi for the Rabbi for the interpretation of the word. Rabbi, other, but you know, shots. What's it? The person is able to think about 3 hours in the bit, they're ready for this. If that's the case, if you have talent building, over the beginning, they make a mistake of up to 3 hours and a bit, then in reality, if you still for a picture you when, you want 4 hours. You want 4 hours. You work 8 hours of Israel, 7 hours of you have the sun on your side. Right? And therefore, again, the person can see where we're going to either motion being supposed to be done. The hockey, the hang out that's the situation that's done. The ultimate event, God never hold it at the 5th hour, and then again, burn 6 hours. The bridge of the go. Why can't I use this good out? This is not my Rabbi, able to see, even comments, comments, already once you get to the 5th hour, so whereas Eagles ultimately get to figure out what choosing, as you said before, comments is given and for Eagles, you're only going to be accepted if you are accepted. Comments ultimately again, Harry 3-1 again, a lot of people aren't present, a lot of people aren't right, but we have to work with that. Rabba says Rabba, Allah, God made it come to us. That's what we do. Allah, I think the Allah is well. Aim to the public of a state. What's that? Poland is suspended from its ID to get benefit from it. So the 6th hour, and then why do you need that motion? Why can't that 6th hour? That we totally independent of the decision. But rather, if you're coming from the state, that you just said the only way to destroy your company is now. Ultimately, again, burning. Destroy companies. You don't really have one shot, it's not going to go. Incredible. Rabbi just do the longest 2 hours left power with. So like this, draw your company to the moment. Each of the 4 hours. When it says 5th hour, come to the 5th, you get benefit from it. That's up to say, go collect your good for your companies. It's our ultimate issue is not the game decision of defense, but rather ultimately getting to really feel comments. We're giving you an hour to do the possibility that the sheet is not enough to go to the river and throw your comments into the river. You have to start your comments by fire. Or what they say, fire for us. If you don't have firewood, gather. Therefore, I'm also so we give you the time to assemble your firewood. He's saying Rabbi Masai, Shalom Shas Kulo. About the Shas Kulo, Hashmasas of the Boklamer. So what's interesting, Rabbi says to Rabbi, and there is another sheet of that ultimately, again, Rabbi says, when you say Masai, ultimately, again, when do I say, Shalom Shas Kulo. What's the word back? Why right now in Masai? I mean, over 80 comments else. When do I hold this? When Shalom Shas Kulo, Kulo Sheish, the Kulo Sheish, I can't even go right to shut. Ultimately, again, we'll say, when do we say? When do we say that most of the show? We only go ahead and start out with fire. That's Shalom Shas Kulo. Right? Ultimately, again, like Rashi said, the whole six would come as how about the Shas Kulo, Hashmasas of the Boklamer? About the Shas Kulo, Sheva Shemishach Torah, Hashmasas of the Boklamer. The Torah says, Lama, it's able to go easy, empty on Shas Kulo, the actual set of the Boklamer. And we only said that burning coming before the biblical prohibition for common sense. Once the biblical prohibition for common sense, they what? We already have a buffer hour. What's the buffer hour? 6. Remember again, so right? So coming from that muscle for the 7th hour of the day. For the 7th hour. So the rabbis of Rabban are still in a buffer hour. That means it's building in an additional buffer hour of the 5th hour. So why is that? Why is that? So we have the fire which you found. We have some words of Rabbi Rothschild, something else. The says, have a Rabba? Zero should not have a it's good. Every day. Every day. I will say, remember again, all of this is predicated on being able to see some other kind of things. The very first time study that goes everything wrong. I mean, this is build in an extra buffer hour to take care of the class. You don't have to have a short number or something. Well, if that's the case, then why not go in the 4th hour also? Why don't you just go and say, you don't and already beginning the 4th hour, let's say 4th to 5th hour, stolen 6th hour ultimate to get it here. After the night, okay, wrap up, down the the first hour of the day, that's when the Hebrews go ahead and get first. Why did they do then? Look at that. She says that here. The listening around Sunday, others shall listen to our call. I love you, Jim. So, first hour of the second second hour of the day, listen. Why remember the second hour of the day, why are these happening in the second hour of the day? A long night of fun. Therefore, again, they have their second hour of the day. Shlishis, Michael Yarshis, right? Third hour of the day, third hour of the day, Rosh Hashanah, fourth hour of the day. Those are people who don't have to get they just Aaron did an incredible amount of that. He got Yarshis. So, like, you know, there's no real exception. There's no really good. So, therefore, again, they just go and decide to do third hour of the day. The V is Michael Paul. Let's say fourth hour of the day is this one. So, remember, we're first then before beginning of the day. 24th, they did fourth hour of the day. Kelly Shus, fifth hour of the day. Michael coming in. That's a coming in. Shishas, Michael Paul. 6th hour of the day is when people generate. Most people have their first day. The Bahama goes to the game. Bomber up, I will be this much for one second. Because the 6th hour is when general people have their work. They have to sit before the 4th hour is when people have their yoke. Ella April, rather turn it around. The V is Michael for the 4th hour of the day is when people generally have their meal of the day. Kapishas Michael Coleman, the 5th hour is when workers, and Shishas Michael Coleman. And also, the 6th hour of the day is when people are coming. So, depending on what the work is for a living, and what your day looks like, determine your secret. Kanbe'ila, what's it mean? The F, Zorik, Evan, Latinus. Ultimately, they're going to say, going a word called that have some type of something by the 6th hour. We're not finished with this, but at least now you see the sweet answer. Now you see that the Mishnah of Sukkot that dealt with the given a focus about how this violence from Mishnah from his work is really a more fundamental thing that really first comes about by Eidos that really focuses on how precise are people with So therefore, there was this now down from again, Rav on the other hand, is that sure, that those are the same, essentially. Those are the same. There's no real distinction. Therefore, both, quote unquote, have the same access. They're both very important. But both have the same access. What happens? What happens? What happens? Yeah. Right? Because they both have the same access. And when you look at the where whenever everyone has the same access, I walk to the right stop, I walk to the right stop, everything's at the same right. But when we get the same right in an area, I walk to the right stop, I walk to the right stop, the front cover, I want to push that here. First, so yeah. Actually, come to that as a concept. You shut the door here. You do all the concept, you do all the fantastic. Yeah, upper terrace. The answer comes to that. What's my name? So it's a use that actually a concept. Not a literal the people in the concert have to act. See that one group has ability to social, one group has the ability to speak up, even if the group has the ability to act. No. We say that in the Pesach, right up oh, watch this. And that means that when it says above and coffee, most of the name of Pesach wise at the site, that's called Echad Pesach. Echad Pesach. What I can just say that. Therefore, if you have something that is with the name of Pesach, you go ahead and what we call it utilize it for the lateral use. Throwing, they naturalize it. I don't know what I saw. And if the month that comes with the name of Pesach, talking about it. So there is Pesach. People have the story. And because it's talking about an area, therefore, the B'nai Chutza use law, and yet the Mishnah is saying that to the Aliyah. And you would use it as a ritual, that whenever you have to practice area, what you speak up, what you show. They give it to the Shul, which was a show that is specification. Their Pesach literally means the people living on their Pesach. And therefore, when they access the other rough and talking, that's called access to Pesach. They're going up, they're going down. That's why area that borders after this, and yet one thing to say, the word of the test ultimately doing the test is a completely more because what you have is one area, one country, one short, one short, give it to the one short. I'm not supposed to see just a picture. It's 57. So the Gemara says, yeah, actually, I'm sorry. So this is it over here. You see, so ultimately, I got the same thing over here. So remember again, that upper area, the area to the right behind the railing, that's the SS. And then when you're there, everybody's still lower in the bucket. Bucket to the right, and this is the head, to the left, I'm sorry. This is the next one there, and there's the up. So you still hear that Allah for the night one, you're going ahead, and you are lowering it down, So what these happen to the happen to the word of the wall, it uses it. Oh, let's say watch this. You see, because it's filled with water, therefore again today I'll do lateral flow only because the day for test that should still just out. If there's nothing that's really just having it fit, or that is the majority of those also have the virus. But if the bar itself is filled with water, just come up with a nice stuff, where the name of concept where the name not so, it's considered to be what? Every one of that the one refers as quote unquote lateral directly. And the other one has either legal or social. Every one of these that the one with lateral is what's called tessa, is the one who is like working together short. They're just one not around with short. So hard, all that hard concern that they fit is what remember again, very again, you will work with the things that therefore, one can how this is say that since he has the message, more about what's going on, inevitably go down. So why don't you say something other than what was going to go down? Flush right. I'm not buying one t-shirt. Talking about the floor for land. Talking about a kid which is filled with fruit. Filled with fruit. Here's our most again. Same answer, but it's not water. Or this is filled. Let's take a step back. The reason we brought up bargaining is the Gemara says that the bargaining is going to be a two. Shmuel is right after the shul. What do we give it to? Social. Good social, right? So what do we do? The Gemara says that's why it's no. Guys, please act like lateral. Those with water, put down. Right now, water is filled with fruit. And everything with an Indian process, lateral usage, or concept usage, which was unfair. Which one is using alcohol casera? Over time, it's going to right now, it's very nice. Right now, it's half of the Pesach. Speak up. There hasn't been lateral usage in the time. The boost level is going to go down. Cases where they typically know what they have a young high explosive, hunting high explosive space, but it's not. You can't get it. So I don't know if you have that. Look at that. So let's say Mac was kisser. We haven't gotten finished yet, but I'm going to send you up. Hook the Mac was kisser. Like, okay, what was the count though? And I lost the nice again. Go ahead and says that was more than the kid. Two, she then has that. That's plus the asset. Laser focus over here. Who is right? They cannot be defined. Once again, right. Like both of these of the valuable However, again, more However, Sarah Ayonu, Sheikh, downward from their windows, from their windows of their home. How they did play out, This is picture the bottom plate is not the outside. Right, the not the outside. Right, ultimately again, the upper plate is the not outside. So let's say so again, the not the outside will come up to the right side. We're not the outside up, we go to the outside. So let's what about the and against Shmuel. God says, when one area acts, once the shul, they don't have the same exact act. They will ask for a punishment. Shmuel was the one who said, no. We thought more difficult to give it to the area that can access the shul. So this supports Rav. I'm not going to listen to you. I'm going to go to the very take it grows. The mother, so yes, you have to take it grows. So right what's the One is involved in the because it's really required like of mother. They are diagonal functions. They're diagonal functions. I want to shake with those. So they went and read the background and having to read starting to they can figure it out. I want to know these are currently all water with a purpose. So therefore, you are not using a lot of raw water from the water and not from the water. So those are like there is a color of my show. And essentially, that means short longer than big shot. Looking at the shade, you'll see like I go to the right person. So that is covering because a word in this area that is always like those consider one number of different ideas. Water from the right but the left so what does the left basically they just go their fucking through the whole opening into opposites. So the left goes with the left, only just goes with the left, like what I want. Now let's just have a look at that. That's the same for here. Basically, we're going to so they don't need that much opposite, but rather again, where television looks to make it so we'll say, again, they always establish something. Also, the Aldona connected, so we'll also we'll say, upper push it up, the upper push it up, and to the stop with 30 minutes on color for each other on the start of the run. We go in the neck and push out shoulder again. So again, right? Again, so left forward does not have so only what left forward does is just goes to fucking through the upper right girl and draws the water right down. Okay, the part but the girls that watch this Rather than so you see that both rights in the same area. They both have rights in that same stuff. And then I would say because they both have rights, they can make it right forward, shalom out themselves. But if they don't make it right forward, they're wrong. What does that show you? What does that show you? Take a look back at picture 282. Let's say, look at picture that do they enjoy the same position? And the answer is no. Lower left was correct. How did the lower left was correct? How do they fit? Like they have to go their boxes. Remember that one thing. Throw, left, left, throw. But what is throw? Obviously, the word motion. But here, they didn't go down. Right, well, you have to throw your fucking That's the question, which is why do I need to use terms to refer to the same place? Which is where it says, you know what, that is. So Christians wasn't suggesting that for the other. Where the rest of the company. That's a lot. The argument must sometimes number one, because that's the issue was like also again where they also compromise the distribution of the law. So remember again, as much as especially in the local, over the more we have is over so But when you talk about some shot, what's right with the talk, so it's interesting. We're going to talk again. Remember again, if you go to simple, the question shot, which is that your first shot, not alone, your first shot, was very important for laughing. Comes from that emotion telling them that bubbles will usher and then and not. But what? In between the Muka and Nachala, what's the halacha? Bubbles are permitted. So that was a very important halacha that drove almost everything for the last 4 blocks. Right? So that drove a lot of our conversation over the last couple of days. It included the possibility that the Muka and Nachala was a place that unstuck. But then what it's telling me is, well, I don't know what it's telling me about active bubbles. Bubbles, so about Shiloh, how much shout your bones? So it's like I watch this. That anything all the way until the building of the base of English. Right? Then what the most likely remember, the building of the base of English is almost like 425 years. So whatever that amount is, that's the time until we got so ahead and go to this English. So and almost are permitted all the way to the line of this. That's very simple. Then halacha l'maisa, you just dramatically change right? If you just went ahead and said, so when it turns itself for 430 years, hopefully again, so the idea is if you're going there, the only move that happens then above the nice study using bubbles all the way until today's Hamikdash, which actually says you are helps us with a dramatic story. So, you can't manoa is that's by Gal Alexor Dasha, was in the story of the birth of Shimshon. Right? The birth of Shimshon was remember again, Shimshon's mother spoke out Allah, but she wasn't that what happens to the husband left the story, husband sees the Allah, husband builds an altar right there to Allah. And also, and that was I know His blood is building a bubble that is very problematic for us. Why? Because when Shiloh was standing, so how was Manoach able to build the altar? It's important. If you'll remove the Nachala, both of the arguments, if you'll remove the Nachala, refers both to Shaharari, that means bubbles are permitted for the 430 440. 440. If you hold the argument, the entire product for years. They'll say that bubbles are they can understand how my Noah build I was not the bubble. That would not go over. Sushilo. Bubbles about Siri. My way got my Noah. They will say old. Then old 50 again. That old preferred Shiva. That old set up for Shiva was a Japanese. That's why. That certainly again that bubbles are upstairs. Shiva. How was the Noah? These bubbles are hearing about this miraculous work of his son. Verse 1 says, Hagaz shocks. I don't want to speak to the exact rules that don't call the Hagaz shock. And the Hagaz will be hit. It's like just general discussion about so again, I'm trying to be the Hagaz tells you check some statements. And anyways, where intimacy was an exception. It was an exception. Columns, maybe we should look at the Shiva we'll say Shiva Rabbi Rothschild, they taught an according to the Rashi. Then Shiva Yochai, what's the again? Rashi was up to Shiva Yochai, Shaddai. He taught that whole thing from the Rashi, with the Rashi, we'll say Shiva that Shiva, according to Shiva Yochai. This Simara, I remember this, Rashi, Gabriel, the one man was able to go ahead and kill the other. Sometimes they do Shiva Yochai, originally they did that in the south, but you cannot go over to the there's bubbles are us bubbles are forever us bubbles are committed during building people. Bubbles are committed to build those bubbles said during the time of, let's say, enter bubbles and what we're into the time of just super low performance. So the first thing is was one that I just got question, shaking shots and stuff. 65 minutes are during the time of bubbles, they put the shots and stuff. I would try to listen to what's our example. I love the was high punch. But if you shook your shots like that, offered up buckles, bubbles up. Bubbles and offering food when bubbles were Husser, like Husser, was not high part, not qualified. He said that's Shika. That's Shika. Shefted buckles will be high in this certain part of no currents. But actually offered up as a carbon is right hand of what's the Alayhi still wasn't because you're red pepper bubbles. If you have something that you're going to offer up, like your private bubble, and now you have to bring it to Michigan and also explain what is the status of that bubble. Which means that bubble is still, like if you still offer up a bubble stuff, for example, there is no one on the order of the bubble. So once you are going to position of the what, you have the status of the Michigan bubble. You have the Eliza holes that you can get going to get a bubble stuff. You have one son, then you are like Michigan offering always. Everyone else sees the same that show. Once a bubble stuff is offering, always a bubble stuff. And then you are actually offered up on the bubble or you're still true, like and then for no bubble, rendeget am Rachmanov. Rendeget. Not take it. It's no longer a tiger. Which is where it's like, no problem. Shot your thing to be done. Listen. So we're what? Rendeget. very small, small. Was a large enough hole to watch, take care of the status, but small enough hole to next, we the Moshe's called so Jose is happy that there's all the centuries. What's the like happy that make a hole, open it up, bring it status, bring it back to the keep up. I hung up, but again, same issue. God, it's wonderful, and therefore you are going to have to do steps. That's fantastic. The properties go over so macro of the kernels, capo the mothership level, which is what everything the whole press, and therefore I think what they want to do, your parents have your back, you have the whole back, you have the whole, you have your best in the school, therefore I think we understand the status, but already therefore those are that was how many so what happened? Okay. One like like So everyone is a part of it. After she struggled, the after the ex, after she struggled, it got intensive. It got or the after she was so over said, what do you have in cancer? Which again, what do you mean sacrificial item was important. After the question, I was after the question, to be able to was a problem. You have to cancel. You have some type of like not process because remember the beginning is effective passion. Passion. The passion don't see everyone. So again, what I want. I tried to show what so the first said shall go. And the first whereas I shall go. Go ahead. Shut off. You know the stuff for I go ahead and suspect the campus inside of the world. It is fashionable, about again, when the fashion is what is it kind of made up? But fashion is a highly controversial and I essentially put a canvas in space. So the canvas is put inside of the one hand. Essentially, what is the status of an absorption of most of them let's say it's good. So let's say it's good. So everybody like said, you're not allowed. What's it about 80%? You're not allowed people saying go ahead. Therefore, you're not allowed to talk this. What type of point do you go ahead and use? What type of point do you look at? If you have a runaway title or a runaway dominant voice, those easily pull it by the neck, or you can go ahead and pull it by the sides. Yes, it is. go ahead and hold. You can go ahead and like just go ahead and literally hold on to the side and help help the child walk. Child walk has no one so here a mother about local rights Hugger on it, then he said, no, it's not the game of gold. Push them a little bit, it's not trying to save on the sort of although when it comes I can help animal get a little About the sun, go ahead and post Out there. If that's not enough, then what? Then go ahead and bring the oil in the fridge. Yes, I don't care. Same with the right? The sounds like giving the oil to the fire is a better option initially than everything with oil. I don't think it's air, at least it's not good stuff. It's not good carry. Once I get or she gets to work, sweet dog is a lot also. One thing you look up sweet dog, then what? Then what? Better our intelligence should not be a weapon. I don't hold for the day anymore. It's supposed to be a weapon. Therefore, again, honest judges, good society. Now, for 9 weeks, you go ahead and carry Rabbi said it's fine. This you have to show is absolute law. Right? If a person dies on the third day of the week, so we don't allow burial, but we allow marriage. So we allow marriage and a Jew for a Jew under 50. We have to shade whatever you can make by it's absolute law. Even on the second of the Ramadan, let's say normally again, then the second of the Ramadan is treated different than the Ramadan. Gentiles can go and affect the burial. You treat secular burials, which they affect the burials, and then also the same thing. That the rabbis do they're serious about their importance. Essentially, go ahead and use it as clothing and the scrap on Right? So the strings are there. You can't get carried with strings. So why would I not be carried with carried with scraps of tequila as well? Which is very simple. Six is the Gabby Cubbies. Six is 7 that's why you do it. How do you look at shoes? But these also get scraps that are like are not crushing. They're buckled to where they kind of on the Shabbos instead of just that. Just very good. About it. So now we come to so let's say person now you're living in the what is that? So now again, start to start by talking about so one was once it's there, to go ahead and but it also uses the string. Put it what is put up the string on. Put it there, it was what it is, there is string water, make it actual. Now it's other conversations with that one doesn't and the mission oil is the phone, louder than the other, so I wrote it. The lab most cooks in the phone. It is very much fun and fun with the start here and those who are so Rabbi can say this is young. That's how much of it is. I'm not allowed to put up the strainer on the opening of the ballot. Why not? Because I want to get it. So I say, you know what? I'm putting up the strainer, but I'm not using it to strain wine. I want to use it to hold pomegranate. Okay. Good. I want to get a little pomegranate. Then what? Then I'm going to use it to strain wine. So it's a back parallel. So that's a little bit of something. I can't put it up to strain wine. I'm not putting it there to strain wine. I'm putting it there for pomegranates. Once it's there for pomegranates, well, I'm going to I'll pour one into it to strain the wine till I hear as well. Oh, no, actually. The whole thing, hello, my body. That's just that works, but it only works in one. The actual, literally, what the pomegranates is. Nice, nothing on the side, which is why you should be buying this. That's even shit, I don't know, it's not a boy. Those are the big things. And there's an actual thing here. It's a very, very let's say again, I just want to make more clear now. Again, listen, I want to make more clear. I want to make sure that after I'm not so what happens? I want to make more clear on the our understanding of so let's say, but I have this. So watch this. So my finish shape, the goals are Hawaii. The goals are Hawaii awesome. So let's say make clear on the Hawaii sake of that. But again, if you want to make clear for after you update, that's awesome. Effort shape, that's one of the effort shapes, right? But you're making same deal, positive. I'm not really sure. Next week, yeah. Then you're okay. But it's like, what I'm saying over here is that I'm up on myself, as long as I can kind of feel like that. I don't have to say Everything is always about the narrative. Someone what's the narrative? The narrative. So again, somebody's going to do a young kid. I gotta look at it. Color light. Color light. So again, the narrative is very simple. You're young kid. Everybody gonna say it's because of that. My actions understand on their own, and I don't think that you're so what young kid. But I see her not to be irrelevant, and you're a color light. On the flip side, alcohol will become yourself. Don't say that it's something straight. Like when someone sees me putting this finger on my mouth, I say, what's the narrative? What's the narrative? What am I doing? What am I doing? Staying wide. Staying wide. No one's gonna say, oh, you should go to right? Because of that, everything is what you're actually looking at. It's fine. The case opens with the screen and just that. Therefore, if the last says, put the screen on the garbage. Put what? Put what? Shotgun brothers, one of the guys and he's stuck in the spirit of the battle. But Omar, this spirit of the back, of course, the head, and running up the battle. Get it up something. I'm just throwing my garbage in. And yet, we're second. Also, the running out, Rabbi Rothschild, the first one was Shabbos. I decided to take a nap on the boat. Even though it didn't need it, the boat was able to run Shabbos. Rabbi Rothschild, the CFA, he had a picture, right? But he had other portion on the other side of the river. He wants to get to the other side of the river to check out the most simple. The nap on the boat. Because we knew that the boat was supposed to take the other side of the river. And he said, I'm going to make them coming up now. Maybe coming up. All I have in mind is to do it now. So again, these are pieces where from the top up, he's going to get a second. So I clearly when he puts the little cars in there, that's what he wants to go ahead and fix them. So it's not the river. It's not there. They pick up at the land. We'll pick up and destroy that. Tomorrow, all right. I'm learning out the ability for the mind to share it. Where am I going to get out from? Where is that coffee? That tells me that masculine shares is longer than masculine contact. You go ahead and take the law. Hopefully, but then you take too much law. about the match can I buy my shares? I mean, it's even but I am saying match can have with the shares. I so what's the difference? I got this match can I buy my shares. The cost is match can I buy my a lot more by match can I buy my shares. Once you get a lot of race even if match can come in so what's the rest of the time. If we still end the day to other even though again right now it's literally freaking, but I laugh at 1 hour, 8 days, that shows quiet. Once a day, 30 days, that shows quiet. And the rest of the spirit, what's very well be, is the children of Israel would say, that if you know for sure that is the kingdom, let's say that's what it is, has its own gestation. It's possible, not possible, that will be that happened. First, this is something different. It's not possible, right? He said, more than young people, it's your team, it's right. They see where you're going at it. Shocking. So large, namely, a baby is only considered to be viable after 30 days. One animal is only considered to be viable after the 30th of age. Yeah, as the status is something to go safely. I walk up in property, and I will say in general, if you want to very people, that's not what follow so and so, or usually the big someone is arguing. What is here? That one on the what the public protest is that one of the things about the status of the lady with their king, the status of the animal in the status of the animal. If 8 is 30, is it a belt? Is it a belt? And ultimately again, but if you're not going to Rabbi, not public different whole type. One has to be something that the baby dies in the first stage. So let's say it's not like the baby will die. That's what the baby goes off to do. Or the baby is eaten by a lion. So let's say everyone that type of situation. The baby has to survive a high stage. So the baby can remember again, the truth of the mind is terrified. It's everyone would agree that a judge is behind you for 30 years. And nothing to do with the case. So you external circumstances is considered a body. I would say the thing was still applications of that. It says keep it. Was a very physical violence, and it has to be. So what do you do with these circumstances like this? Marsava, I agree. Marsava is one of you says the baby consists of your body, and one said baby consists of some level of physical activity. A very weak fight. So one of the just living, the one said, yeah, mine now. Oh, this person, let's say, how important now. Let's say then a woman is good looking. Husband or husband dies afterwards. And then what happens? The baby dies, what they have to record the kids have to open the door and the baby dies. It says, oh no, not public, so they can see that again. It's not so great, it's not so great. Not only like I will off log, it could be a whole site. It's like, what is what it is different people on that range. For example, if a woman were to be right, let's say again, 100%, and rather God child, although women she is not so that that's fine. Offspring. Ahora, Pablo, tú ves el how far the movie the other thing is good for that. I think the most or a captain wait for them and it was the mother issue. Let's say no water for the 17th day of the sun. It was only 7 days. The ugly, the essential anyway, is that he did a good job of a achievement. After go after I created this night would so now it's definitely that's how you push it for we're going to be that's your first time to say part of the day goes as simple the had to see tonight what is perfect that's what I had to check if I can sorry you can't touch it with not yet day what is this saying what is this so here so remember anyone shocked was a distinguished of a less than 8-day-old a less than 8-day-old cat that went ahead and died not on its own but not because it was not my house but because someone killed it but because someone killed it and yet the God of the baby that was by a run said it was biologically ready to 30 days. They didn't consider it viable because it didn't die from a lack of iron fiber. So it's viable. They have an animal that is slaughtered. They actively slaughtered. So the animal died before it was because it had one fire. So why would it let you be kosher? Yes, you should wrap up. One thing doesn't no, Gemara says, Electric should be so ultimately again, rather what is born and done. So they are called base. So what's it again? That's the way some levels of concept so all of that they were not that's what I'm doing. Summer type was another story. They direct targets. I think they have to look at most of the second right one. So the son of Rabbi Rothschild had a baby. And never the baby died in the the younger baby. I wasn't watching shocking just of his average life. What's this one? Son of Rabbi shit off the baby. Where these are shit the baby. What happened? Oh yeah. So how about this the way home? That's why you say shit. So that's why so again, what do you think of I know that a lot of the some the baby was the baby aren't right now. Step back. Sure, know what he said the neighborhood is not light, right? It's called the baseball. That's only the suffer if baby over the full gestation period. That shayla, you never know. If something of years old, then the baby underwent under gestation period, the that's right. Here you have the son of the organic shit up with the guy with the days. Father saying, what do you mean? That's a game? But it's shit up on it. Which the son said, I know the baby was hooked up to a full gestation period, and therefore I think this baby was a flat shop I was sustainable, right? Therefore I can stick shit up. Once I did this, so again, another story like this. That's all. So I left that one. This month, I wrote it now. Hold out, dedicated to the learning, the spiritual box. Don't hold at what it says on the bottle. It shouldn't be up. So let's say one sorry. Okay. It's like one of those things. It's not. Makes me so close. I'm looking at stuff. Let's say this is a woman had a baby. Had a baby. And the baby got home. Woman had a baby. Husband died. Baby died before the baby died in the church. So what happened? Because of this passion on one side, this woman was and she was not. I remember when her husband died, there was a living spirit of care. It was opposite. Baby died. A little bit after the mother died. She goes and she gets married to somebody. Somebody who's made it out. So he's in the north. Days. In Asia, no. Hold on. In Asia, no, in What's it actually very comes over to the end of the day, she got married because she was married to Elisa. Why did So again, when you don't remember, they got to so the two videos in the both and then they stuff that but always stuff also that since second others and you smell how you can otherwise the public secretary the point we will not get الشعب يسمي الرابط جو أخذ فأخذ يصير مدرس ultimately again so that the الشعب يسمي الرابط نفسه he has to do something no matter what no matter what what am I saying I say we accept the position of the church but I want to know that they need to do this experience which means that we see husband not شرط وأرجع على الحقي بتساعد راح position of Bravo. Bravo shot position which guys will go in. Was following Ravina, was following Ravina up to dinner. Someone like by the way, don't use it as you hold that also. Like the arts in turn, that's the by Mila that holds that. After all, she has the overhead. I don't know if all the air Gera. Therefore, when it comes to that, I want to get everything on personal house. A person says, I like my era, my now, I like your era. So it's already gives specific categories. So if you have a use the dog, one to six to four steps, one to wall, female giving this. So there's each one to everything. I'm going to go to this. I'm going to go to this. Not judge like absolutely no good. I'm not going to go to this. Not treat myself. Which is يصل الزهر قال بالتالي بعد everything has ظهر جميع ولو تنظر بعد לא יכול לא יהיה ערך חידוש, לא יהיה ערך חידוש, אבל יהיה ערך חידוש. זה not maybe that means that's what that the androgynous naturally is earth of a man, maybe it's earth of a woman. The woman has Zohar indicated. Zohar Vadai, the cave of Joyce, the Lord Shulman, the Lord Yarok, when it comes to earth, either you're male or you're female. So definitively one of the fluid by earth, either you fit into a category or you don't fit into it. For example, you became different androgynous families. You cannot fit into a person fit into a category. And erect bells. That's what erect bells. Stop, or just on the side of the village. Stop, sit, Rabbi Yehuda. I'm not going to stop. Stop, sit, Rabbi Yehuda. I'm not going to use love half, and then you also know this. So once I remember again, it's not simple. So in order to unstated rightness, again, anonymous, again, seven times a year, and it's very like that. So that says in the issue, says you can be the power of Shabbos, of this, which tells us that androgynous is a suffer. Don't forget that we were always told that androgynous is a suffer. But look over here, you see it by earth is, and people hold that androgynous is not a suffer. Which then begs the question. So the Gemara says, Amar Avram says, Amar Avram, Hakom Shem Kaddish, Hakom Shem Kaddish, everybody is equal in the except for any token of the Katan, also the Shem HaKadosh, that people said that a Katan can affect unrestricted circumstances, that a woman cannot, and a social circumstance, once again, see that that's the hold that androgynous is not a Zohar. So once they say now, have to have the Zohar discussion. By Erev and androgynous is not a Zohar. By Kedushin and androgynous is not a Zohar. So why is it Evo different? Why should Evo, should it say Evo, Zohar, Holza? Whole Zohar constitutes the larger category of this, right? The larger category of Zohar. In the rest of Torah, Zohar is what? Zohar. Definitive Zohar. Definitive Zohar. Zohar is only Zohars. But apparently, again, there's people that are all Zohar is a degree coming to those who aren't keeping holy. Right? One of those aren't keeping holy now, that's the androgynous, and therefore there's a list of the androgynous which goes to Shabbos. Either of the androgynous is not the Zohar, here to pick up a new person and for all right, so If they were to be exact and if they don't line up, we would go the this out. But now because they're precise, we're going to read in a level of precision into their precise data based on that. So says, yourself what ability goes to generate capital. Save someone's investment. That's the general of the ecosystem. So here's money now. second now, I'm not feeling the story. And over here, this guy's up for 3 hours in a bit, and he said, I'm just going to be saying the chef of the production. The best you just never see. Because this has a no error that is actually like the state for false witnesses. Yeah, so it's really no side. But you want to be or just be like a fire. Trying to get out of the whole police side. Yes, but in time, the corona has put I think sharp in the result. model. First version of value. In the first version of value model, somebody there that said he was only first. Like, like the second version of a life is just like that. Both versions. Fascinating insights that one version of a body is this, everyone else says no. And then the challenge becomes how much of a mark the parent is. So here we go. Down there over old Christmas and Sunday that's well. Over old Christmas dollars. Now, we'll say never again. So we point out, remember, it was very very much about that was one last goal, yes, by pages. We'll say, what is at the core of this? What is the core of this? What